What is up, super fam and Brovengers alike? I am Sensei Finito, aka Vane Sensei, and welcome to Marvel Bros, where we discuss all things Marvel and everything pop culture. And today, we are going to be continuing our From Watcher to Reader series. Of course, it's been so much fun up until this point, and it's going to continue to be amazing. On today's show, we will be continuing Book Club for The Great Hunt, chapters 15 through 19. That's right, it's season 2, episode 4 of our From Watcher to Readers series that we have been taking part of, and everything has been just amazing, if I do say so myself. And this reading, much like all the other reading that we've had, incredible. It's just been incredible. I don't even know what's going on. Everything is just getting better and better and better. That's all I can say. So I am really excited to get into all of those good vibes and all of the wildness that we got to partake in with this episode, or with this segment or this section of reading. I really enjoyed it. I'm not going to lie. You guys know how we do things around here. And if you don't know how we do things around here, we basically start things off first and foremost with chat talk. That means we talk to chat, see how everything's been going, how everyone's week's been, kind of just getting the formalities out the way. After that, I go into my overall thoughts of this reading, and then go back into chat talk a little bit. And then we do our dedicated chapter by chapter review and discussion. So if you guys are interested in joining the discussion, then feel free to join in down below. But do take in mind that I'm only up to chapter 19 in The Great Hunt, so no spoilers after chapter 19. Please no spoilers for your boy out here in these streets, because I'm experiencing it all. This week so far has been a great week for me. I'm not going to lie. I've been in a lot of meetings and stuff for my org. If you guys don't know, I do have a gaming organization, and I have a COD team, a Valorant team, all that stuff. We're getting coaches in place for those teams and stuff like that. So that's kind of what's been going on there, getting all of my competitive teams all situated over there for Vane Esports. If you guys are interested in gaming or anything like that, you can actually check us out. You can check Vane out. You can check out Vane Esports for show at Vane Esports org on all platforms. Bam. At Vane Esports org on all platforms. You can check us out. You can tune in. You can see what's happening. You already know. I hope everybody's had a good day, a good productive week. I think I saw someone in chat say that too, having a good productive week, because that is W. Is this working? Deactivate, activate. Okay. That's not working. Yeah. Last night was X-Men 97. X-Men 97 was freaking amazing. I don't know if anyone's been watching X-Men 97 on Disney Plus, but last night's episode was a banger, and we just started the season finale, or the 3-part season finale, I guess you can say. So that's why it's really like a season finale, because it's a 3-parter. So we have part 1, 2, and 3. We just started with part 1 of Tolerance is Extinction. Beautiful episode. That show also keeps getting better and better. This book keeps getting better and better. It's just insane. What a time to be a nerd, especially if your name is Sensei Finito. You feel me? And quick, fast, in a hurry, if you guys haven't already, make sure you follow us on social media at Marvel Bros to stay up to date with all things Marvel and everything pop culture. You can also follow me on social media at Sensei Finito to stay up to date with all my thoughts, theories, and opinions on whatever particular thing I may be partaking in at that particular time. And of course, check out that weekly podcast wherever you check out podcasts at, okay? Gotta get it. Gotta get it where the getting is good. Gotta get it while the getting is good, man. But yeah, the week was solid. I unfortunately have missed basically all of Bad Batch, so I gotta catch up on that. I know that season finale just happened last night as well, so I gotta jump on all of those, for sure. And then when it comes to all the stuff that's going on with, what else is there? I think those are the main shows that I'm watching right now. because I already watched I finished the Fallout series pretty quickly. That was pretty awesome. I enjoyed that quite a bit. And yeah, yo, I'm not sure what comes next or what's gonna be happening next, but I'm excited for it regardless. I'm excited for it regardless of what we get into next, because I know like Deadpool and Wolverine is coming out. I think, and then I don't know if we have a release date for the Wheel of Time. I'm not sure, but it's next year at some time or something like that. I really want to go back and watch the Wheel of Time again, like after we finish this book. That'll probably be the next thing that we do, because I've heard a lot of conflicting statements about book 3. So I don't want to go into book 3 just yet. So I would rather kind of like go back and read after we finish this book, go back and do a rewatch party for season 1 and season 2, and then maybe get into season 3 after that. I think that would be, or book 3 after that. I think that would be pretty dope, but we'll see how everything goes. We'll see what the year is going to be looking like, and what the show release date is going to be looking like as well, because we really don't know if we can get into book 3 until we see season 3, because we don't know what's really going to be used and what's not going to be used. At least that's the kind of consensus that I have gotten from everybody in the chat. And that's okay. Boom. But yeah, man, that's going on. Oh, it's May 1st, and this is my birthday month. In 10 days is going to be my birthday. My birthday is May 11th, so that's awesome. That's going to be coming up too. I'm pretty sure my birthday lands on a weekend or something like that, so that's not gonna, I don't think that'll affect book club too much or anything like that. For my birthday, I'm planning on dropping a EP as well, some music that I've been recording for the last year and a half, maybe, kind of dropping that along with just kind of putting that out there for my birthday stuff, and then just vibing out and doing all the things that we do here normally anyway. You feel me? So it's gonna be smooth. This is gonna be a smooth month, I feel. May is gonna be nice. We're in the middle of the quarter and all that stuff too. You know what I mean? So I think this is gonna be a chill month. I think we're gonna be, I think we're gonna have some good vibes, good content coming out, and we're really just gonna hit the ground running. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, man, I'm trying to stream more on Twitch, all that stuff. You guys know I stream on Twitch. I make music. I do all these different things around creating content. And I just really want to hunker down in May and start really doing all of it and giving everybody, all of you guys, the type of content that you want in whatever way that is, whether it be the watch parties with the Marvel Bros or doing book club with the Watt Bros, whatever it is, you feel me. So it's going to be some good times. I'm looking forward to staying vibey with you guys and just continuing all this nerdy stuff that we be on. You feel me? So I definitely appreciate everybody. And, my book stuff is going to start ramping up too. I'm thinking about actually reading my book live, Brandon Sanderson style, and then taking that video and also putting it out so people can just check it out. Just because I got those first 5 chapters. I'm actively still looking for those alpha readers, people that I can talk to about the book, people that I can give me some pointers here and there, and so on and so forth. That's something that I'm actively doing as well. So all of those things mixed together equals we about to have a lot of vibey interactions from here on out, and I'm excited to get into it for real. Yo, what's up with it, KP, my guy? How you doing, G? Time to jump on into chat. I've been yapping for a little while now, so I can stop the yapping and start the chatting. Okay, let's get this over here, put that there, put that over there, boom. I don't know how to hit that, but hello there, and hello everybody else that is in chat also. Hope you all have been productive this week. Oh yeah, baby, I've been very productive this week, if I do say so myself, and myself do say so. It's been a productive week so far. We halfway there. Tomorrow is going to be another productive day. Every second, every minute, I'm just surprised you can find the time to fit the reading in. It's not easy, but uh that's another reason why I choose to like read and listen at the same time. You know, like it works really well to be able to do that because then I can end up just I can calculate how long that takes to do the reading with my time calculator. Like I am very time conscious. I think I'm pretty damn good with time management most of the time, even though I don't feel like I am. I think that's just more of my brain telling me I'm not. But when I be like looking at it, it's like, yo, I got a time calculator to crunch the numbers to see, okay, if I read this book at this speed, that'll take this long. And then I also am taking the notes on the thing. And then if I have to do something else, I can stop it and go do other stuff, you know? So I just try to make sure I try to fit everything into the day and make sure shit runs smooth because, you know, that's just the vibe. And then my wife is amazing. Remy is awesome. She helps me a lot with time management as well. We just got a good system. When you got a system to do things and you know what it is that you want to do, you make time and you allocate the proper time to do those things. Like, I may not have a social life at all, but I do all the stuff that I want to do other than that. You know what I'm saying? You won't catch me at a bar on a weekend, but you know, I'm getting all the things done that I want to get done, and that's what I care about the most. Probably won't be getting season 3 for at least a year. Hey, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. I'm okay with that. I mean, it seems like they're gonna do the 2-year gap between everything, and I don't know why. I don't know if it's always been like that. I really don't feel like there's ever been a 2-year gap between shows and stuff like that. If anything, it's been like a 6 to 9 month gap to where it doesn't even feel like a full year. Like when you look at if you like IMDb a show or something, right? I feel like back in the day, it's like season 1 started in 2009, and then season 2 started in 2010, and then season 3 started in 2010 at the end of the 2010s. You know what I mean? Like, but now it's like 2-3 years in between each season. It's kind of wild to see how that has occurred in that way. I'm interested to see. I'm interested to know why they don't make more seasons at once. It's almost like every season is a pilot now. You know, they're not like renewing for 3 seasons at a time anymore. It's like, oh, yep, it's being renewed for 1 season, so we have to treat this 1 season like its own allocated thing. Damn, your boy was parched. I never knew. That water was delicious right there. They also say in season 3 is pretty book 4 heavy as well. Okay. So that's kind of what I mean, if that's the case, if that's like if it's book 4 heavy and it's like, okay, book 3 we could definitely read, then we can do book 3 before we go back and rewatch seasons 2 and 3, right? Because everything will still be like a week at a time regardless. So it's like 8 weeks of watching, I think, because I think there's like 8 episodes, so 16 weeks worth of watching, and we have about 10 weeks worth of book. And yeah, we have like 6 weeks left to book, and then add like another 16 weeks on top of that for more reading and stuff. Yeah, that could bring us to somewhere around next. Yeah, that could bring us around. Not super close, but close enough, you know, to where we don't have to wait hella long for the next season. No happy birthday till next week. Hey, I feel that, KP. I can't be mad at that. I can't be mad at that at all, brother. All right. Well, I appreciate y'all. Let's get into it. That'll be like we can end chat talk right there, and then we can get into the book and all this other stuff. Actually, let me see what's going on because I'm trying to. Oh, this has to be plugged into a. Okay, hold on 1 second. I just remembered something. All right, hold on. Image. Okay, 1 second. I forgot I got to plug this thing in real quick. I plugged it into the wrong spot. I think that fixed it. Image. Okay, let me see. Let me make sure. Let me make sure that did what I. Boom! It did do it. Yo, your boy is a genius. Well, let me relax. See, and then I broke it. All right, y'all. Let's move all that stuff out the way. Did I really mess that up just now? There we go. I was like, what? Whoa, what happened? Hello. Okay. Are we back? My whole thing just crashed right now. That was unfortunate. I can't see me. What the hell just happened? My entire shit just crashed. What's going on? My stream was like, you, I think not. I don't even know what's going on right now. Oh no, not like this. Please. I just want to. I got too excited. Is that what it was? What the fuck? Okay. Bruv, what in the what? That was insane. Okay, I'm here. Hello. Jeez. And then like, bro, what's happening? All right, I'm not sure. But as long as we're back, I guess that's all that matters. Yeah, I don't know what's happening right now, but it's happening. Someone named the Dark One by accident? Yo, that had to. Someone had to do that. That's crazy. Light burn me. Don't name the Dark One in the stream. Like, what are we doing? Okay. I think we're good now. I Just stop tripping. It's okay. Relax. What the hell? Is there like music playing or something? I have no idea what's happening. All right. Well, screw it. We ball, for lack of better words. I have no clue what's happening right now. Damn. All right. Well, no matter what, we're we're still here. All right. Not sure what the hell is going on right now, guys, but I think I fixed it. So we are back to our regularly scheduled program. Just fuck it. God damn. What the hell are they doing? Man, okay. Sorry about that yet again. So that happened just now. That was really annoying. But hey, we're back at it. You know, we're back at it. We're back at it. My bad. So with all that being said, I hope everyone's week definitely was a banger of a week, or as good as it could have been. You know what I'm saying? I know we got some new movies coming out soon, like The Fall Guy and all that stuff. Definitely gonna be checking those out, and trying to react to them and things as well. And yeah, man, it's been a good week so far. I'm happy to go through the rest of the week and see what else is going to happen. We're almost less than a month away from Deadpool and Wolverine. Also, like, Heat is incoming. Heat is incoming for sure. So let's get into it, man, and I hope everybody is ready and enjoyed the reading from today's portion. And if there's any polls or anything like that we can throw up, just let me know in the chat, and I'll get that going right back. And now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's get into the first chapter of our reading. And for the first chapter, for this segment, the chapters were 15 through 19. So let me know in the chapters 15 through 19 which chapter is your favorite. Let me know which chapter is your guys' favorite in this segment. I'm not gonna lie, I think mine is one of the chapters that we will be talking about right after these messages, baby. Wait, that's not right. What? Bro, everything's just gonna be ridiculous, fam? Jesus Christ.
6 nations divided, how the gods envisioned the lands of Ghaphora, where nations must praise their gods individually. Inguvu, the god of power, Altira, the goddess of reality, Akasha, the goddess of space, Akaili, the goddess of mind, Nafasi, the god of time, Isarin, the god of soul. Each god bestowed their name and universal property to their nation through the blood of their land. Diligent praise to these gods, along with the blood of the land, allows the inhabitants of Ghaphora to wield the universal property of their god. These inhabitants are called gifts. It is forbidden for these nations to fraternize with one another. Gifts, the lands of Ghaphora.
Yo, like I said, probably next week, next Friday, I'll probably be doing a live reading of my book here on the channel. And then taking that live reading, re-uploading it, excuse me, as its own video. And all that good stuff. If you guys are interested in becoming alpha readers, holy moly, you can by joining the Discord and all that good stuff that we have available. All right. I'm really hoping that my stream doesn't crash again, because right now everything is not going the way that I wanted to. So I definitely apologize, you guys, because I know y'all want to get into it for sure. So I'm going to try to get into it and hope that everything is rocking and rolling. So let's get it. Like, everything that can go wrong will go wrong type of moment. Bro, like, can we just not do this? There we go. And then jeez, bro. Okay, that shit's working finally. Okay.
Hello there.
All right, yo. I think everything is going together. All right. Audio's on. Audio's on. Books up. And then we can bring this over here, bring that over there. Okay. I apologize, y'all. All right. Now, let's get into my overall thoughts of this section of the reading, okay? Chapters 15 through 19. I really enjoyed this reading wholeheartedly. I cannot lie to you. Everything about it was what I wanted it to be, especially after, if I'm not mistaken, we did kind of go a little bit rapid fire with POVs in the last section, and I'm okay with that. It wasn't like an issue to me, but I really liked being able to kind of figure out what we're doing now with this whole multiverse thing that's been going on for Rand, Loyal, and Hurin, right? it was really good to me that we got to spend we spent 4 chapters with them, and those 4 chapters that we spent with them, it mattered. Every character got to shine in their own way, and all the characters mattered, right? They all have their own they all had a heroic moment in this section for us to be able to understand what they're doing, and kind of who they are as the characters that we've seen up until this point, and how they aren't just those characters mainly, right? That's the main thing, is like, okay, they are not just who we have seen them as. Everyone is growing, everyone is different. Hearn is new, so we don't know a lot about him in the first place, but still, it was good to see everybody kind of get their own chance to shine, and we finally get a lot of answers. That's another thing. All of these chapters have been split up in a way that we are kind of almost perfectly, I don't want to say perfectly, but we are getting a really good balance of questions being raised and answers being given, while not answering too much, and then reiterating answers that we've gotten before, but now it even lets us know that it's like it clarifies something said before when a new bit of information is presented that confirms the last bit of information that was raised along the same topic, right? Like, so we hear about something, and then we hear Loyal say, it's like, basically he's like, yeah, so that's why when I was talking about this 3 days ago, that's why I said that, because that it's this and this means that. But it's not as in your face as that. It's more structured and just natural conversation, but it's like, yeah, let me write that down. What did he say? What was that name? It's like little things like that really stood out, continued to stand out in this section, and that's why it's something that I wanted to highlight, right? Because it's like, I'm pretty sure now I'm going to be ready for that to continue to happen. We got to get more lore about Loyal, and see some beautiful, I guess, but like there's so many magic systems in this world, it's hard to even pinpoint what the hell is going on, right? Like, no, it's not, but I'm saying, like, like we have the tree singing, and then we have the sniffing, and the wolf brother, and we're in multiverses. All of these different things are going on, but it's doing a really good job of not giving us the answers that I want from that, right? Like, I'm getting so many other answers, but it's still kind of stringing me along with that one. It's like, okay, yeah, no, come on. Like, yeah, it's all different, it's all different things of this and all different things of that. And I do believe that even KP, I believe you said it, you were like, hey, man, this is what's going on here. Like, that's because, we have, that's because we have, what the hell was it? I don't know why I just drew a blank just now, but yeah, KP had said, oh, we can't explain the metaphysics because it might spoil something. I believe that was, I'm paraphrasing, right? I'm paraphrasing, but I love that. I love that there's so much being added, and there's so much more that can be weaved together in this story. So I'm ready for a little bit more answers of like how these different magic systems work, but at the same time, I keep understanding why I haven't gotten it yet. I guess that's the best way that I can simplify it. It's like, oh, well, I'm happy that I didn't know XYZ, because it would have almost not ruined it, but I wouldn't have understood this yet. We're getting built up all these blocks, and we don't even know that they connect at this moment. And that's what makes it awesome, because everything is like building, but we don't realize that it's like building towards something. And that's freaking awesome. That's freaking awesome. And I'm ready for that. I am freaking ready for that. So, yeah, this reading was freaking bomb. I loved being able to see Rand for a long period of time. I like that we got to see Egwene's POV as well. I love when we get to see Egwene's POV. I think it's also because Egwene is one of my favorite characters because of how she be tripping but not tripping, and how hungry for knowledge she is. I love characters that are hungry for knowledge. And it shows so much in Egwene more than any of the other characters. She is willing to, she's willing to do the hard work. She's willing to learn. She's willing to grind, and she's willing to do all the things necessary in order to get more, to get the more knowledge and in order to improve herself and all these other things, right? And a lot of those times, unfortunately, though, those characters do kind of go to the dark side, and I'm really hoping that's not what happens with her, and I don't think it will. But that's just kind of, it's very unfortunate that usually the hunger for knowledge is the thing that leads every character to the dark side. Usually 9 times out of 10. So 7 times out of 10. Yeah, 7 times out of 10, when you go to the dark side from being a hero, it's because that knowledge of wanting to save your loved one or all X, Y, and Z and all these other things. But I loved Egwene's part. I loved Egwene's part. We'll talk about it more when we get to that part of the chapter, but I loved her part because we got to see Nynaeve, of course, being her Nynaeve self, and I love the Emerald Sea interacting with everyone. It all works for me. This segment worked for me really well. Not gonna lie, it would have worked even better for me if we had all Rand. If this would have been all Rand, I would have loved it a lot because I like the flow of it. But the fact that the scene that we get with these Nynaeve, Egwene, and the Emerald Sea, the fact that the scene is what it is, it's what makes it oh yeah, it works in there, because we're getting a lot of world building and getting a lot of understanding of how these characters interact with each other, and not just how they interact with each other, but how they're expected to interact with the Aes Sedais as well. Beautiful the beautiful duality, the way I don't know if that's the right word, but they're working it together really well, and I love it. I'm having a wonderful time reading these books week after week. It is a highlight of the week for me for sure. So yeah, that's kind of how I'm feeling there. We're back. Yo, what's up with it, LBF? How you doing, man?
Hello there.
How did you feel being with Rand most of these chapters? Did you like getting to invest time in one plot? Yes, I did like to invest my time into one plot and explore the depths of what the hell is really going on in that world of things, right? The world that we're in, we don't get we don't know what the hell is going on at all. And I appreciate the aimlessness of kind of not wandering, but aimlessly following the trail, hoping to find something. It just all, the want to, that want for revenge or vengeance, or the want to prove yourself worthy, or any of those things. It's amazing. It's a beautiful story, but I like the way that we are able to see Rand manifest that worthiness in his own way, and how it's starting to really affect him as well, right? So I love me some Rand. I'm not gonna lie to you. I love me some Rand, and I love how Rand is now a little bit more. Before I wasn't the biggest fan of his character, but I think his growth is very apparent. It's more apparent here than it is in the show, So when we're doing these things and we're traveling down these paths and he's making these decisions, it feels like he doesn't even know what to do. And that's usually what it is for a lot of leaders. They don't know what the answers is. They just are just kind of trying to figure it out, and then they take the L's as they come, and then they learn from those, and then the next thing happens, and then it just builds them and builds them more into the character and having that knowledge that you need in order to actually be like a leader for real. What up, y'all? Yo, what up with it? ACM, how you doing? Hope you having a good one, Ackham. Yes, he's learning responsibility. That is a really good way to put it, yo. That's a big fact. He's learning responsibility, and not only, but this is the thing that I love the most. He's not just learning responsibility. He's enacting the things that he's already learned in the past as well, which I guess is the point of learning responsibility, because it's actually acting on the things that you have learned. That's what it means. In my opinion, that's a big part of being responsible. Or, it's like, I've learned this, now I am responsible for enacting this thing that I know. I know X, so now I have to do Y. Or not have to do Y, but, I have to do something to make something happen after this moment. So he is now being more aware of his responsibility. And I think that is something that is super missed from people even understanding, like how to be responsible in the first place. Something I feel is missing from the show. Yeah, super missing from the show. Super missing from the show. We really haven't seen that, and we haven't seen the whole sword fighting stuff that's going on. I am rocking with the sword fighting. Like, bro, it's honestly insane that the show Rand is so much different. Like, he's so different than Book Rand, but they're not that different at the same time. They have a lot of the same feelings and a lot of the same, all of it. They have all of the same things, but it's just that in the book, I feel like he didn't run away. I think that's the main point, is he didn't run away. The fact that Show Rand ran away is because of all the things that didn't happen for him that do happen for him in the book. So it makes sense, like if he had Lan teaching him how to do all the store fight and all and rock and going on the hunt with them, and if all of these things are happening in the show, I don't think he would have ran away at that point. But since they didn't, we had to get introduced to that story in a new way. And I understand, but I don't want to. I don't want to understand, but I do. It's kind of one of those things. The story is shifted as it needs to be. The pattern is the pattern, but man, it's just like as I'm reading and I'm watching Rand be one of the most heroic people. Like, I'm like, bro, he is mad heroic. No, and he doesn't even realize how heroic he is with what he's doing. It's just instinct. It's just instinct to save people. It's instinct to put himself in front of danger. All of that is just what he does off of first thought. Not even having to be like, oh man, should I do it? Like, and when he does do that, he feels bad that he didn't just act immediately. It's like, bro, he is a awesome, heroic character. And I feel like Show Rand is still trying to find that in himself, and I don't think he's found it yet, even in season 2 with him like being the dragon and declaring it and being a badass. Like, I still don't think he found that spark yet. Like, and I don't know if Show Rand is ever going to be Book Rand, you know what I'm saying? Because Book Rand has a certain, like, he has to prove himself, like, you know what I mean? It's so different. Like, the fact that his dad meant so much, to him, and then he finds out that his dad's not his dad, but his dad is still his dad. It's just not the way that he wants to perceive it or whatever, but it's like, no, he's still my father. And it's like, yeah, he is your father. So relax, dude, you're tripping. Like, that is a big character point. Like, that is a really big point for that character. And not just that, also the relationship that he has with Tam. Like, yeah, that connection is still there, but it's not the same for that either. And the same with Matt. And like all of the stuff is different. So he's not that, he doesn't have the same, I don't want to say he doesn't have the same connection because that's not what I'm trying to say, but he doesn't have the same, that drive, that desire to freaking want to prove himself because of all the things that he's been through. He's been through these things, but he just doesn't want these other things to happen now, you know? But I might be speaking out of turn because I don't know whether he runs away later or not in the book, but I just feel like that running away point is where everything differentiates. You know, that is the nexus point that causes everything else to be different within the show. If he doesn't run and he stays with everyone and does all the other things, then it happens the same. I think we kind of get the same story-ish, or at least a little bit more adjacent to that. Driving the story based on choices, yeah, and that is, I that's a freaking awesome, commendable thing. Like, you have to be able to, like, I have to be able to be like, yo, I see it. You know what I mean? I love stuff like that. Those are the best type of games that you play, when you're able to drive the story based off of the choices that a character makes, right? So when they're adapting something and we see a character make a different decision, it's going to change what the story is after that, because if a story based off of domino effects, one domino will change the effect. You feel me? I don't want to be too corny with it, but I'm just saying. Instead of him just falling into the pattern's will. Yeah, yes, exactly. And that's what a big difference is he's fighting the pattern hardcore in the show until he just kind of stops, because it's like, boom, okay, and then he becomes the dragon. And then here, he's still fighting. Like, he's fighting hard. And it's obvious to everyone that he's the dragon. Like, everybody that's even thinking about it, they're like, yep, he is. You know, and then he's like, nope, I'm not. Nope, there's no way. And it's just kind of, yeah, that's just that. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. So those are my overall thoughts for this reading, and that's a little bit book to showish as well. That was a lot of book to showish, actually. So I don't know if we'll do the book to show stuff too, because I kind of went hard with book to show right there. But I guess I can go harder. So, oh wait, pause. No diddy. All right. So with all that being said, that'll bring us to the end of that overall thoughts portion, and then now we're going to be able to get into that chapter by chapter review and discussion. And I am really ready to get into it, and I hope you guys are ready to get into it too. But before we do, go and get you some Dom's Bomb Gourmet Popcorn.
Hi, my name is Dominique Pruitt, and I started Dom's Bomb Gourmet Popcorn LLC in the summer of 2021 to introduce delicious and unique flavored popcorn not found anywhere else in the world. Why, you ask? Because I make it in my home with love, just for you. We offer over 10 flavors and are continuously creating new flavors that can be customized to any color or taste for your next event, party, or fundraiser. So go find yourself to our website and find a bombastic flavor of popcorn at donsbombgourmetpopcorn.com, or you can also follow us on Instagram or Facebook at Don's Bomb Gourmet Popcorn.
That is right. Make sure you go get you some Dom's Bomb Gourmet Popcorn, where the popcorn is always bomb. It's gourmet, and of course, it's made by Dom. Okay? Make sure y'all go over there, follow on Twitter, check out the website, all that good stuff that's there for you to go and go ahead on and get there going. Oh, I thought I had a command for that. That's my bad. But yeah, go check out. And don't forget to join the Discord, so you can join all the nerdy conversations that we have and discuss. Okay, y'all? All right. Oh, that was interesting. Let's move this over here. And that here. This here. This can go over there. And now we can get into none other than
Chapter 15, Kinslayer.
Yo, okay, when we started this off immediately, I was like, is this a dream sequence or what's happening? You know what I mean? I was so confused. I was so confused at what bro, I'm not going to lie. I was just really not knowing what was going on. At first I was like, yeah, it is, and then I was like, wait, no, it's not. But then of course, I figured it out. I figured it out. It took me a little while, but I figured it out. Let me get this over here. Oh, nope, that's me. Okay. Wait, no, maybe I'm talking about the next chapter. Yeah, I think I am. No, I was talking. No. I did think that this was a dream at first. Yeah, but not as hard as I did. My bad. Yeah, I thought what I said, I thought for the next chapter, not this one. But for this one, I did think it was a dream at first, but after a while, I had got it. So Hearn wore a fixed look as he concentrated on sniffing the trail. I love him sniffing the trail, and I love how they go into depth with how it is for him in this world, in this other world, right? In this I think it's just really awesome that we get to see this world be so tainted that he can smell it in every ounce of every way. And then they also said that there were no birds, no animals, nothing that Rand could see or hear, no hawk wheeling in the sky, no bark of a hunting fox, no bird singing, nothing rustled in the grass or lit on a tree branch, no bees or butterflies. The water ran clear except for the mud the horses' hooves stored, but never a minnow or tadpole wriggled out of the rolling, not even a water spider dancing across the surface or a hovering lacewing. Like, what better way to let you know how apocalyptic and dystopian this is? It's like we are in this right? Just this crazy place. And then we even find out that they start drinking the water. I was not down for that, but I understand, right? I understand. Y'all need water to drink. The horses need water to drink. Everybody need to drink a little bit of something. But I like that. He said that, the water was cool and wet, but that was the best that could be said for it. It tasted flat as if it had been boiled. Loyal made a face, and the horses did not like it either, shaking their heads and drinking reluctantly. Y'all know I love the horses and how they get the POVs, man. That is a highlight now. Here it is. Bam. Bam. Okay. And then we get this beautiful moment right here. I don't know how far this is in. I meant to get the timestamp for it, but I didn't. We have this beautiful moment.
Off the ground. At the top, all split again into the leafy brush that gave them their name. Rand pulled Red up and started to ask what he was doing, but something about the Ogier's manner, as if he himself were uncertain, kept Rand silent. After staring at the tree, Loyal put his hands on a trunk and began to sing in a deep, soft rumble. Rand had heard Ogier tree song once, when Loyal had sung to a dying tree and brought it back to life, and he had heard of sung wood, objects wrought from trees by the tree song. The talent was fading, Loyal said. He was one of the few who had the ability now. That was what made sungwood even more sought after and treasured. When he had heard Loyal sing before, it had been as if the earth itself sang. But now the Ogier murmured his song almost diffidently, and the land echoed it in a whisper. It seemed pure song, music without words, at least none that Rand could make out. If there were words, they faded into the music just as water pours into a stream. Hurin gasped and stared. Rand was not sure what it was Loyal did, or how. Soft as the song was, it caught him up hypnotically, filling his mind almost the way the void did. Loyal ran his big hands along the trunk, singing, caressing with his voice as well as his fingers. The trunk now seemed smoother somehow, as if his stroking was shaping it. Rand blinked. He was sure the piece Loyal worked on had had branches at its top just like the others, but now it stopped in a rounded end right above the Ogier's head. Rand opened his mouth, but the song quieted him. It seemed so familiar, that song, as if he should know it. Abruptly, Loyal's voice rose to a climax, almost a hymn of thanks it sounded, and ended, fading as a breeze fades. "Burn me," Hurin breathed. He looked stunned. "Burn me, I never heard anything like... Burn me." In his hands, Loyal held a staff as tall as he was and as thick as Rand's forearm, smooth and polished. Where the trunk had been on the giant's broom was a small stem of new growth. Rand took a deep breath. Always something new. Always something I didn't expect. And sometimes it isn't horrible. He watched Loyal mount, resting the staff across his saddle in front of him, and wondered why the Ogier wanted a staff at all, since they were riding. Then he saw the thick rod, not as big as it was, but in relation to the Ogier, saw the way Loyal handled it. "A quarterstaff," he said, surprised. "I didn't know Ogier carried weapons, Loyal."
"Usually we do not,"
the Ogier replied almost curtly.
"Usually. The price has always been too high."
He hefted the huge quarterstaff and wrinkled his broad nose with distaste.
"Elder Haman would surely say I am putting a long handle on my axe, but I am not just being hasty or rash, Rand. This place..."
He shivered, and his ears twitched. "We'll find our way back soon," Rand said, trying to sound confident. Loyal spoke as if he had not heard.
"Everything is linked, Rand. Whether it lives or not, whether it thinks or not. Everything that is fits together.
Hi, my name is
The
Dominique
tree
Pruitt, and
does
I
not
started
think,
Don's Bond
but it
Gourmet
is part of
Popcorn
the
L.
whole, and the whole has a feeling. I can't explain any more than I can explain what being happy is, but, Rand, this land was glad for a weapon to be made. Glad. The light.
Bro, I just love that. That is a amazing way to put that. Like, it's a beautiful explanation. It was definitely crazy work that, that he said. Then he saw the thick rod. Like, I don't know what's going on, bro. But there was a couple of those in here, and I was like, hey, yo, what's going on? But this was a beautiful explanation still, aside from the crazy work. I was not ready for him to make a weapon. I need to know what is up with the show and taking out all of the staffs. Pause, okay? Like, every single... Like, they took Moiraine's out. They took... someone else had one. Now they've taken, like, Loyal's. I don't understand why no one could have a weapon and stuff. Like, what's going on with that? Or a magic staff. I don't get it. I don't know what the decision behind that was, but I would like to know. I need to watch some Q&As or something like that to figure out why, what the choice was behind that. I know it's not and I think the main reason is because I don't think it's a big enough deal to cut that. It's not like, oh man, we're never gonna be able to replicate that. Like, nah, y'all can for sure. Maybe they didn't want it to feel too Gandalf-y, like in the show, but I don't know. I don't think that's a good enough reason, I don't know. But it's just interesting that we didn't get to see any of the Aes Sedai's with the staffs. We didn't get to see Loyal with the staff. I understand we didn't get to see him like mold the entire tree into it because they didn't do the multiverse thing. But it's just like, that would have been cool. What do they have against staffs? I would like to know. And then later, a little on down in the reading, while Rand is like thinking, he's like, the wheel weaves as the wheel wills. He squeezed that thought out. Nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with the wheel. Nothing to do with Ta'veren or Aes Sedai or the dragon. It's just the way it is. That's all. And I was like, I had to write it in the margin. I was like, it's just the way it is basically saying the wheel weaves as the wheel wills. Like, that just means that it is what it is, and we just kind of got to roll with the punches because the wheel is going to do what the wheel is going to do. It is what it is the wheel weaves what the wheel wheels, my guy. So he's trying to talk himself out by saying the same thing to himself. It's not going to work. As well, we don't. The place oozes of death. So much it dilutes Hurin's senses. That is awesome. It's like I'm remembering it instead of smelling it. That's just crazy. There's dozens of trails crossing it all the time. Dozens and dozens. All sorts of smells of violence. Some of them fresh almost. Damn, that's brutal. That is brutal. How does he even deal with that on a day-to-day basis? How do you deal with that? Smelling everything that's happened in like an area in an AoE. This place just has me all on edge. Like, bro, it would have me on edge too, for sure. It was as if no living thing had ever disturbed the land before they were there. Like, whew, like, man, they're going through this desolate land, just traveling, trying to follow a Trolloc scent. They're looking and trying to find Fane, and they just can't find him. And it's just crazy. And then we have right here, it seemed odd to him that he had begun to think them as Fane's dark friends, Fane's Trollocs. Fane was just a madman. Then why did they rescue him? Fane had been part of the Dark One's scheme to find him. Perhaps it had something to do with that. Then why is he running instead of chasing me? And what killed that Fade? What happened in that room full of flies? And those eyes watching me in Faldara? And that wind catching me like a beetle in spine sap? Like, this is a great summary of all the things that have happened in the form of his mind racing. Like, we went through all plot points and subplot points from the beginning of the book of like book 1 to now. You know what I mean? Like, hey, okay, these are all the things that we have to figure out. No. Baalzamon has to be dead. The Aes Sedai did not believe it. Moiraine did not believe it, nor the Amyrlin. Stubbornly, he refused to think about it any longer. All he had to think about now was finding that dagger for Mat, finding Fane, and the horn. It's never over, Althor. The voice was like a thin breeze whispering in the back of his head, a thin icy murmur, working its way into the crevices of his mind. And at this point, I was like, all I could think about was Marisu last week saying everybody has a Jiminy Cricket. So I immediately wrote, this is not cricket. Just because that's all I could think about at that moment. I was like, bro, this is not no cricket talking to him right now. What? There is no way. There is no way right now. This is insane. After everyone goes to, and then after everyone goes to sleep, he pulls out the flute that Tom Maryland gave him and begins to play "The Wind That Shakes the Willow." And it says the sad sound was too loud in that place, too real. Like, bro, damn, that hit me. I was like, damn, I want to hear that song. Like, do we know what that song sounds like? Is it possible for me to hear "The Wind That Shakes the Willow"? Is that something I should be YouTubing, Shazamming, and or Googling? The wind that shakes the barley. The wind that shakes the barley is a song? Is crazy. The wind that shakes the willow. Oh, there is a song 11 years ago.
Right now, you.
Oh, Jesus. I want to hear that. Okay, I found it. I'm going to hear that one of these days. But you know, like, you know what? Let's listen to it. Let's listen to the song. This is I think that this is done by Reflections of Sound, and says. Reflections of Sound Music on YouTube. I'll drop the link if anyone wants to hear it on their own side, on their own time. It says Robert Jordan wrote this. Okay, this is insane. This song was posted on YouTube on my birthday in 2012. That's wild. That's wild. May 11th, 2012, this song was dropped, and I was just talking. That's wild. I'm not going to lie to you. That's kind of insane. We're definitely listening to the song now. He says, or they say, Robert Jordan wrote the song "The Wind That Shakes the Willow" as only one verse. In attempts to keeping with the atmosphere and tone of his writing, I added additional verses to complete the song. Hopefully you enjoy my interpretation of his vision. I don't even know. What the hell? That was crazy. I'm not gonna lie. That was crazy work. Here we go. Oh. There we go. All right, so Reflections of Sound Music. All right, let's hear the song real quick.
My love is gone, carried away by the wind that shakes the willow. And all the land is beaten hard by the wind that shakes the willow. But I will hold her close to me in heart and dearest memory. And with her strength to steal my soul, her love to warm my heartstrings. And I will stand where we once sang, the cold wind shakes the willow. And I will stand where we once sang, the cold wind shakes the willow. Dear lass of mine, who now is free to the wind that shakes the willow. Let grace and beauty fill your wings with the wind that shakes the willow. For I will hold you close to me in heart and dearest memory. And with your strength to steal my soul, your love to warm my and I will stand where we once sang, though cold wind shakes the willow. And I will stand where we once sang, though cold wind shakes the willow. Be laid to rest until my day by the wind that shakes the willow. Lift up my hands, carried away by the wind that shakes the willow. For I had held you close to me in heart and dearest memory, and with your strength to steal me so, your love to warm my heartstrings. And I will stand where we once sang, though cold wind shakes the willow. And I will stand where we once sang, though cold wind shakes the willow.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, that was W. that was W, yo. That was W. I didn't know what to expect, to be honest, but they did that. They did that for sure. I would like to hear it played on a flute if possible, because that sounded awesome. Is this a flute? Nope, it's not a flute. Andre Vorsa. Okay. Sorry I'm late, it's my birthday, so we need some family over for dinner, and I have to be up super early, so I'll catch you up in the morning. Thanks for the work entertainment. Hey, I appreciate you, Thatcher. I'll have a happy birthday, Thatcher. Yo, everybody drop a happy birthday for our boy Thatcher in the chat. Yo, big happy birthday to you, man. I hope you have a good birthday, brother. For real, for real. I hope you have a good old happy one, you know what I'm saying? Like let's go. Big happy birthday for Thatcher, yo. Big Taurus mob up in here. My birthday's in 10 days. Your birthday's today, yo. Us May babies is taking over the world, yo. I'm telling you, it's gonna be more and more and more. All right, yo, we gotta stick together, yo. Happy birthday, man. I hope you have a good one. Yo, I like all of these renditions of the wind that shakes the willow.
Shakes the willow, and all land is beaten hard by the wind that shakes the willow. I will hold her close to me in heart and dearest memory, and with her strength to steal my soul, her love to warm my heart's
These visuals are crazy. Yo, what's up with the Kingler?
Hello there.
I will hold her close to me in heart and dearest memory. I will stand where we once sang, tough cold wind shakes the willow.
Yo, I like. Oh, no, I just pressed. Whoops. Yo, I like both of those. I'm not gonna lie to you. I like both of those. That is definitely sad. I can only imagine. I can only imagine. Yo, Marisu, what's up, girl? Yo, I sneak in for a couple minutes and we having a concert. We had just got to the wind that shakes the willow part, so I had to figure out if anybody had made some of their own renditions of the wind that shakes the willow. You know what I'm saying? And they did indeed do that. And I love that. But I love the fact too that they say the sad sound was too loud in that place, too real. Like it's just that just holds so much weight, just like they're saying the song does, right? Like that song holds weight too. I love it. I'm heading to dinner in a minute, so I can't stay. Hey, it's all good. I hope you're having a good one. You feel me? I hope you're having a good one, girl. I hope you watched X-Men 97 as well. If you haven't watched it, I hope you did. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's got to be going crazy. But I know you loved meeting you know who, yo. Well, it was crazy. It was crazy. This was amazing. I was so excited. I can't wait. I'm ready. I am so ready. I'm so ready. We're about right there too, Marisu. I hope you have a good rest of your day. I hope you're having fun with your fam as well. We definitely appreciate you for tuning in with us. You have a good one for sure. You know, I'm happy all y'all doing y'all thing, Dizzle, and still coming through to say what's hizzle. That makes me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. I ain't gonna lie. I definitely appreciate all of y'all. Y'all are W's. Two V's make a dub. I appreciate y'all all for real. All right, here we go. We're literally at that moment right now. We're literally at that moment right now, and I'm excited. Yo, I'm excited. Let me make sure. What is it? Bow. Let me make sure. Wait, what? What the hell just happened? What? There we go. Wait, what happened just now? Am I in the wrong? What's happening? Okay, finally. Okay. Here we go. Jeez.
Close to the ground it lay, thick, making Huron and Loyal indistinct mounds seeming to hump out of clouds. Thinner, higher up, it still shrouded the land around them, hiding everything except the nearest trees. The moon seemed viewed through watered
Nah,
sea.
y'all are menaces.
Anything at all could come right up to them unseen.
KP, you're in charge.
Swords
No
do no
more
good
suit.
against
Time
me,
to talk
Roosevelt.
metaphysics.
You should know that.
As soon as I
The
get in
fog
here, you
swirled
leave.
around Rand's
Yo,
feet
what's
as
up
he
with it,
spun,
Sharice?
the sword coming into his hands, heron mark
What's up,
blade
y'all?
upright
How y'all
before
doing
him.
today?
The void leaped up inside him. For the first time, he barely noticed the tainted light of Sidene. A shadowy figure drew nearer through the mist, walking with a tall staff. Behind it, as if the shadow's shadow were vast, the fog darkened till it was blacker than night. Rand's skin crawled. Closer the figure came, until it resolved into the shape of a man, clothed and gloved in black, with a black silk mask covering his face, and the shadow came with it. His staff was black too, as if the wood had been charred, yet smooth and shining like water by moonlight. For an instant the eye-holes of the mask glowed, as if fires stood behind them rather than eyes, but Rand did not need that to know who it was. Ba'alzamon, he breathed.
Oh, shit!
This is a dream. It has to be. I fell asleep, and... Ba'alzamon laughed like the roar of an open furnace. You always try to deny what is, Luz Therin. If I stretch out my hand, I can touch you,
God.
Kinslayer. I can always touch you. Always and everywhere. I am not the dragon. My name is Rand Al... Rand clamped his teeth shut to stop himself. Oh, I know the name you use now, Luz Therin. I know every name you have used through age after age, long before you were even the Kinslayer. Ba'alzamon's voice began to rise in intensity. Sometimes the fires of his eyes flared so high that Rand could see them through the openings in the silk mask, see them like endless seas of flame. I know you. Know your blood and your line back to the first spark of life that ever was, back to the first moment. You can never hide from me. Never. We are tied together as surely as two sides of the same coin. Ordinary men may hide in the sweep of the pattern, but Taviran stand out like beacon fires on a hill, and you stand out, as if 10,000 shining arrows stood in the sky to point you out. You are mine, and ever in reach of my hand. Father of lies, Rand managed. Despite the void, his tongue wanted to cleave to the roof of his mouth. Light, please let it be a dream. The thought skittered outside the emptiness. Even one of those dreams that isn't a dream. He can't really be standing in front of me. The Dark One is sealed in shale gold, sealed by the Creator at the moment of creation. He knew too much of the truth for it to help. You're well named. If you could just take me, why haven't you? Because you cannot. I walk in the light, and you cannot touch me. Ba'alzamon leaned on his staff and looked at Rand a moment, then moved to stand over Loyal and Hurin, peering down at them. The vast shadow moved with him. He did not disturb the fog, Rand saw. He moved, the staff swung with his steps, but the grey mist did not swirl and eddy around his feet as it did around Rand's. That gave him heart.
How many staffs do we
Perhaps
have to miss
Ba'alzamon really
from
was
the
not
show?
there.
You tell me.
Perhaps it was a dream. Here you find odd followers, Ba'alzamon mused. You always did. These two. The girl who tries to watch over you, a poor guardian and weak Kinslayer. If she had a lifetime to grow, she would never grow strong enough for you to hide behind. Girl? Who? Moraine is surely not a girl. I don't know what you are talking about, Father of Lies. You lie, and even when you tell the truth, you twist it to a lie. Do I lose therein? You know what you are, who you are. I have told you, and so have those women of Tar Valon.
Hey, yo.
Rand shifted, and Ba'alzamon gave a laugh, like a small thunderclap. They think themselves safe in their white tower, but my followers number even some of their own. The Aes Sedai called Moraine told you who you are, did she not? Did she lie? Or is she one of mine? The white tower means to use you like a hound on a leash. Do I lie? Do I lie when I say you seek the Horn of Valir? He laughed again.
Bruh.
Calm of the void or no, it was all Rand could do not to cover his ears. Sometimes old enemies fight so long that they become allies and never realize it. They think they strike at you, but they have become so closely linked, it is as if you guided the blow yourself. You don't guide me, Rand said. I deny you. I have 1,000 strings tied to you, Kinslayer, each one finer than silk and stronger than steel. Time has tied 1,000 cords between us. The battle we two have fought, do you remember any part of that? Do you have any glimmering that we have fought before? Battles without number back to the beginning of time? I know much that you do not. That battle will soon end. The last battle is coming.
The last, Luz Therin. Do you really think you can avoid it? You poor shivering worm, you will serve me, or die. And this time the cycle will not begin anew with your death. The grave belongs to the great Lord of the Dark. This time, if you die, you will be destroyed utterly. This
Man's
time,
is full
the
of
wheel will be
himself.
broken, whatever you do, and the world remade to a new mold. Serve me! Serve Shaitan, or be destroyed forever! With the utterance of that name, the air seemed to thicken. The
I love
darkness
this part.
behind Baalzamon swelled and grew, threatening to swallow everything. Rand felt it engulfing him, colder than ice and hotter than coals both at the same time, blacker than death, sucking him into the depths of it, overwhelming the world. He gripped his sword hilt till his knuckles hurt. I deny you, and I deny your power. I walk in the light. The light preserves us, and we shelter in the palm of the Creator's hand. He blinked. Baalzamon still stood there, and the great darkness still hung behind him. But it was as if all the rest had been illusion. Do you want to see my face? It was a whisper. Rand swallowed. No. You should.
Bro.
A gloved hand went to the black mask. No. The mask came away. It was a man's face, horribly burned. Yet between the black-edged red crevices crossing those features, the skin looked healthy and smooth. Dark eyes looked at Rand. Cruel lips smiled with a flash of white teeth. Look at me, Kinslayer, and see the 100th part of your own fate. For a moment, eyes and mouth became doorways into endless caverns of fire. This is what the power unchecked can do, even to me. But I heal, Luz Therin. I know the paths to greater power. It will burn you like a moth flying into a furnace. I will not touch it. Rand felt the void around him, felt Sidene. I won't. You cannot stop yourself. Leave me alone! Power. Baalzamon's voice became soft, insinuating. You can have power again, Luz Therin. You are linked to it now, this moment. I know it. I can see it. Feel it, Luz Therin. Feel the glow inside you. Feel the power that could be yours. All you must do is reach out for it. But the shadow is there between you and it. Madness and death. You need not die, Luz Therin. Not ever again.
Bro.
No, Rand said, but the voice went on, burrowing into him. I can teach you to control that power so that it does not destroy you. No one else lives who can teach you that. The great Lord of the Dark can shelter you from the madness. The power can be yours, and you can live
Right
forever.
here. This
Forever.
killed me.
All you must do in return is serve. Only
Simple
serve.
words.
Simple words. I am yours, great Lord. And power will be yours.
I am yours.
Power beyond
Great Lord.
anything those women of Tarvalon dream of. And life eternal. If you will only offer yourself up. And serve. Rand licked his lips. Not to go mad. Not to die. Never. I walk in the light, he grated hoarsely, and you can never touch me. Touch you, Luz Therin. Touch you. I can consume you. Taste it and know, as I knew. Those
I was
dark
so
eyes
not
became
ready for
fire
Red to be
again,
yapping for
and
so
that mouth,
long, right?
flame that blossomed and grew until it seemed brighter than a summer sun. Grew, and suddenly Rand's sword glowed as if just drawn from the forge. He cried out as the hilt burned his hands, screamed and dropped the sword. And the fog caught fire. Fire that leaped. Fire that burned everything. Yelling, Rand beat at his clothes as they smoked and charred and fell in ashes. Beat with hands that blackened and shriveled as naked flesh cracked and peeled away in the flames. He screamed. Pain beat at the void inside him, and he tried to crawl deeper into the emptiness. The glow was there, the tainted light just out of sight. Half mad, no longer caring what it was, he reached for Sidene, tried to wrap it around him, tried to hide in it from the burning and the pain. As suddenly as the fire began, it was gone. Rand stared wonderingly at his hand sticking out of the red sleeve of his coat. There was not so much as a singe on the wool. I imagined it all. Frantically, he looked around.
But Alzamon was gone. Hurin shifted in his sleep. The Sniffer and Loyal were still only 2 mounds sticking up out of the low fog. I did imagine it. Before relief had a chance to grow, pain stabbed his right hand, and he turned it up to look. There, across the palm, was branded a heron. The heron from the hilt of his sword, angry and red, as neatly done as though drawn with an artist's skill.
Bruh, like, what the hell just happened? What the hell just happened? So much just happened in such a, it was, mans was yapping. Ballsy was yapping. Ballsy was yapping, yo. I just can't, I can't handle it. He just don't shut the hell up. He's just always talking. So, from top to bottom of this chapter, yo, I was like, well, not top to bottom of this chapter, but of that section, right? My bad. Where did it go? One thing that stood out to me, like, a couple of things stood out to me, right? Like, a lot of stuff. And mainly, the main thing that stuck out to me was, like, bruv, I don't think this is ballsy, right? Like, I don't know if this is Balzamon. I don't think it's him, in my opinion. But I've been saying that for a long time. Y'all know, I've been saying that for a fat minute. I'm like, bro, this is not, like, I'm like, bro, is this Balzamon? Like, or is this Ishmael? Because what bruh is doing and the things that he's saying and how he is rocking, it just doesn't seem like a boss villain thing. I think I said that, what was it, last week or the week before? I'm like, bro, there's no way this is Balzamon doing this. Like, he is not doing all this low level shit. Like, he's not doing that. He has better things to do with this time if he's the Dark Lord. You know what I mean? Emperor Palpatine only shows up when he got to, baby. So I just don't feel like he's just pulling up to all these situations. I don't feel like he's just haunting Rand's dreams. Like, bro, no. I don't think that he's been doing that. And I don't think that he was doing that here either. I just was like, bro, I don't think that's what's happening here. I just don't think that's what's happening here. But I do say that he is a master manipulator, yo. But Balzamon is a master manipulator. He's talking, he's going in, and then, I mean, he monologued for at least 30 minutes. I can only imagine how Rand was feeling, just standing there talking to him, just like, bro, leave me alone. Like, he was literally like, leave me alone. Like, bro, get out of my face. Shut up, get out of my face. You know what I'm saying? But, yo, because it's like, and then he says, this time, the wheel will be broken, whatever you do, and the world were remade to a new mold. Serve me. Serve Shaitan or be destroyed forever. And I was like, why the hell did bruh say his name in third person? Like, I was like, bro, why would he say that? Why? Who talks like that, right? Like, who talks like that? I'll tell you who. Nobody talks like that. What the hell? Had me dazed and confused. I was like, bruh, nah, this isn't making sense. But what I do love is that, like, because, okay, hear me out. This is how I feel. This is one of the main reasons why I feel like this is not ballsy, okay? This is the main reason. I don't feel like Balzamon is the type of person to talk in third person. I just don't feel like that. I don't feel like Balzamon is the type of person to talk in third person. I might be wrong, but I just don't feel like that. That's not the vibe that I get from him. I keep telling you guys this. I get boss vibes from Balzamon. But this person that we have been dealing with doesn't feel like Baalzamon. Like, this person is Baalzamon, it's not Shaitan, even though I know those are the same people. You know what I mean? Like, that's how it feels. Like, so there's obviously something going on here, in my opinion. But what really is like the icing on the cake is the fact that by the mention of him saying his own name, it also has a reaction. Nah, son, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think that if Voldemort said Voldemort, anything would happen. You know what I mean? Like, Shaitan saying Shaitan, like that. I don't think that's something that would go on for him. I think that because it says literally with the utterance of that name, right? It doesn't say like, oh, something. No. With the utterance of that name, the air seemed to thicken. So, and we know that damn near every time we've seen the Baalzamon person, or every time anyone has said Shaitan, something has happened for real. So I just don't know if the real Shaitan would do that. In my opinion. I'm just saying in my opinion, because I don't know if this is the real one or not. It's just I feel like this is Ishi, like for sure. That's how I feel. I might be wrong though. I don't know, because there's nothing to confirm what I just said. And then Rand's like, I will not touch it. And I was like, hey, yo. Oh, and then I loved all you must do in return is serve. Simple words. I am yours, great Lord, and power will be yours. Power beyond anything those women of Tar-Valon dream of, and life eternal, if you will only offer yourself up and serve. And it reminded me the moment in the Bible that is very similar to this, where Satan is offering Jesus all of the kingdoms of the world. And he's like, nah, I don't want none of that, Satan. You know what I mean? And that's kind of the vibe that I got here, too. It was like, you know, I don't want any of that. But at the same time, he's like, not have to die? Like, you know what I mean? Like, and I like that. It is working well, yo. It's working well. Pain beat at the void inside him. He tried to crawl deeper into the... Oh, okay. Yeah. Rand beat at his clothes. Oh, yeah. We already read that. So I love that my guy Rand is doing the damn thing and, like, having a reaction to what's happening. And then he immediately is like, you know, like, he has a reaction. The Heron Mark blade leaves the mark on his hand. Like, all of that is awesome. Like, I love that. And then he wakes up like, oh, my God. I was sleeping. I'm tripping. Let me get it together. Like, yo, he was, yes. Good chapter. I like it. Let's jump into chat. Let's see how it going. Ugh, Baalzamon chatty and dramatic as fuck. Yeah, facts. Super chatty. We haven't even gotten to my favorite staff. Yeah, pause. That's wild. Damn, even Baalzamon is shading Egwene's power level. Oh, that's a good point. He did definitely shade her immediately. That's hecka funny. Buzzy just monologuing on and on. Yo, for real. Like, it just did. There was no end to it. But definitely the one that really started me not believing Ballsy was not the dark one. But definitely the one that... yes. Serve me. Serve Shaitan is definitely a... Yo, I'm like, bro, what do you mean, serve Shaitan? Brother, aren't you Shaitan? Like, bro, that's like that's one of those things. Like, did you just talk about yourself in the third person? And then the reaction of something going on as you saying your own name. I just don't feel like that would happen to a person that is that, you know, if I'm the big bad, if I say my own name, I don't think anything is going to happen. But if if anybody else says my name in the entire world of history of people that are alive say my name, something's going to happen. You know, that's just kind of, I don't know. I don't know why I feel like that. I just do. To be fair, Balzaman is super dramatic, and speaking in third person is very dramatic. I agree. That is a very dramatic thing to do. But I definitely agree. That is a very dramatic thing to do, to talk about yourself in the third person. Like, he is completely dramatizing it. And I can see that. I can also see that being something that he does. But it's the fact that there was a direct reaction from him saying his own name in the third person. Because I feel like he would do something. You know? Like I don't know. Serve Shaitan, and then make thunder happen or some shit like that. I don't know. But the smoke from, I feel like that's his name being spoken. Like, his name should not be spoken by anyone. And so someone spoke his name, and it's like there's a reaction to that. The Dark One having, I don't know. That, to me, that just is hard for my brain to get wrapped around. But it's possible. Exactly. That was the thing about the name's reaction. That was the same thing about the, yeah, bro, yeah, for real. Do we have anything in text that says Balzaman and Shaitan are one and the same? Have we ever seen Balzaman and Shaitan in the room together? Like, do we know? It's never happened. Have you ever seen Ishi and Balzaman in the room together? No, because he is them. But I thought, like, I love this. Oh, I love this chapter, though. You know what I mean? In book 1, we learned that Balzaman is the Trolloc name for the Dark One. Yes, that is the Trolloc name for the Dark One. But it can also double as the name that Ishi uses for himself to act like he is the Dark One. Because the Dark One is really Shaitan, and Shaitan is also Balzaman, and the Trollocs call Shaitan the Balzaman. But if Ishi is pretending to be Shaitan, wouldn't he also go by Balzaman? I don't know. I feel like if he's pretending to be him, that's what he would go by. Am I tripping, or does he talk about himself in the third person more? Does he say the Dark One? Yeah, like, actually, now that I look at this, he is definitely talking in third person. Wait a minute. Has he always been talking in third person? Now I'm trying to wrap my brain back to previous conversations, because damn near this entire thing is in third person. He even says the Dark One, like, wait, where did it go? Yeah, the great Lord of the Dark can shelter you from madness. Bro, okay, because, like, peep this paragraph real quick, all right? Peep this paragraph real quick, right? Right here it says, I can teach you to control that power so that it does not destroy you. No one else who lives can teach you that. The great Lord of the Dark can shelter you from the madness. So, like, right here, he could be saying, I, Ishi, can teach you the, like, super strong power that won't destroy you. And no one else who lives can teach you that. Because I'm also alive. So no one else who lives, Like, no, there's no one else that is alive other than me that can teach you. And the Dark Lord can shelter you from the madness while I teach you the power. Like, that's literally what he's saying. Like, that's literally what he's saying. I don't know, G. I don't know. The power can be yours, and you can live forever. All you must do in return is serve. Only serve. I am yours, great Lord, and power will be yours. Like, he's not saying only serve. All you have to do in return is serve me. Only serve me. Right? Like, I feel like those are... Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah, bruv. Yeah. Brother, yeah. Like, at this point, it's the man who called himself Baalzamon, okay? At this point, it's the man who called himself Baalzamon. Why would the Dark One choose to use the troll version? I don't know if he had, I don't know. For me, that's like, if it was the Dark One, I don't think he's choosing it. That's just what the Trollocs call him, and that's what people have to call him as well, because if they say Shaitan, shit happens. So they gotta say Baalzamon. So, we know the Trolloc means Heart of the Dark, and that Aes Sedai assume it means the Dark One. It's his screen name. Yeah, facts. Okay. Controlling the power and going mad are two separate things, and not going mad are two separate things. Two separate things that may be handled by two different people. That's really what it seems like. I'm like, because like I'm like, wait a minute, stop, wait a minute. Yeah. So that was chapter 15. I had a good time with chapter 15. Now it is going to be time to move on into the next chapter here. And that will be going into...
Chapter 16. In the Mirror of Darkness.
In the Mirror of Darkness. What a fire name for this chapter, bro. What a fire name for this chapter, okay? They're like, yo... What are you doing staying up all night? If you use yourself up, you ain't gonna be able to protect us. I love that. And then we have Rand fingering things, because people finger things very often in this book. Oh, and then Rand was hiding his hand, because Rand hides everything that happens. And then, of course... Our good friend Loyal is just trying to be a good friend, and then he's like, "Yo, I got some stuff in my saddlebags," and then he snaps out at Loyal like, "Bruh, I don't need nothing. Time's wasting. Let's go." And the thing that I love about Loyal, he's like, "No need to be so touchy." Like our poor guy Loyal, bro. But Rand being a polite dick is hilarious, and then Loyal calling it out as him being like emotional basically is also hilarious. Like both of those things are really funny. I wasn't ready for it. I was like, bro, Loyal is like, he speaks up, he says shit, and I like that, but he just is like always calling it out. Like, bro, hold on. But in a very nice way, In a very nice way, he's calling that shit out. It says Fane and the Dark Friends and the Trollocs had to leave some mark somewhere. So they're trying to find him, yo. And then we see a freaking crazy spire ahead of us. Like, there is a spire. And as soon as I saw the word spire, I was like, oh, shit. And then Hurin says, that monument, Lord, that's the monument that Lord Ingtar was talking about. The one that Arthur Hawkrane took in victory over the Trollocs. It was a great spire. And then he moves towards it, yo. And they're like, yo, don't do it. And he's like, yo, it's a hawk on it. It is Hawkwing's monument. But then they pull up, and then Loyal is like, I don't think that's And then we see the horned skull of Devol Trollocs, the iron fist of Daimon, the trident of Kabul, and the whirlwind of Afrait. There was a hawk carved near the bottom, a wingspan of 10 spaces. It lay on its back, pierced by a lightning bolt, and ravens pecked at its eyes. Yo, it is a raven, not a hawk. So we are in an apocalypse world, is now that we find out. And something that was said here is, which was beautiful, right? Loyal says slowly, obviously not here, but from stone to stone run the lines of if, between the worlds that might be. I've been thinking on it, and I believe I know what the worlds that might be are. Maybe I do. Worlds, our world, might have been if... worlds, our world, might have been if things had happened differently. Maybe that's why it's all so washed out looking. Because it's an if, a shadow world, a shadow of the real world. And if is a dope name. Like, if is a dope name. They're in an if. Like, I love that. I love if being a term for multiverses. Like this is if, da-da-da-da-da-da. Like, yeah, bro. I like that a lot. That work, that hit. And then Hurin, who has been seeing a woman everywhere that they have went on this journey in a white dress, again sees a woman in a white dress, and he's like, it's so hard to make things out. I don't know what's going on. And then they look at the mountains, and they find out that those mountains are Kinslayer's, is the Kinslayer's dagger, because it lies more than 100 leagues south. So they're trying to figure out if the place that they're in is like the ways. And then we hear about a waygate, something that can be found just outside an Ogier Standing and in Ogier Groves. It's something that you can enter and walk in for a day, and you could leave by another waygate 100 leagues from where you started. And that's just wild that they can also... It's like, damn, like 2 birds, 1 stone. Like, that shit is layered. That is crazy layered. And then Rand is immediately like, damn, I thought we were just in like a regular world, so I was moving as such. But if we're in like the real world, then we need, like, I mean, if we're in like the ways, then I got to start moving differently for sure. And then they hear a scream. And then we see a woman standing beside her horse in a stream, both of them backed against the bank. She was fending off a snarling creature that was a frog, but if a frog were a bear, or if a bear was a frog. You know what I mean? Like it says if a frog were as big as a bear, or if a bear had a frog's gray-green hide, it might look like that. A big bear. Like crazy explanations coming through, but I love the subtlety of the explanation to let us know that this is a freaking creepy ass creature that nobody has ever seen before. And then we see Rand being a freaking badass. And then the shaft sank into the leathery hide of half its length. That's wild, though. Like what? I immediately I put that right next to it. The shaft sank into the leathery hide. I put wild. Because, you know, wasn't ready. There we go. And then it says huge wedge-shaped head on a wine, horny-lipped beak of a mouth hooked up for fishing. 3 eyes, small and fierce, thing bounded. And then the woman is like, you gotta shoot it in the eye if you want to kill it. Like, and then he does the thing because he's a badass and he shoots it. Shoots it straight in its eye, yo. What the heck? And I'm like, okay. Alright, so we just met this random chick, right? In the ways. Well, not in the ways, but in this apocalyptic world where nothing has been alive, everything has been dead, without color, without life, without everything, just nasty. Everyone is getting a god-awful, just amazingly cringe vibe from walking around and doing just day-to-day activities like drinking water. Like everyone is having a terrible vibe experience while they're here, and then you just come stumbling across some female in the middle of fucking nowhere, and your idea is, yes, everything is good, even though we know that these stones can only be used if someone is channeling. Like, bruh, like we gotta, come on, G, are you tripping? And then it says she was in all white, her dress divided for riding and belted in silver. Her boots peeking out from under her hems were tooled in silver too. Even her saddle was white and silver mounted. Her snowy mare with its arched neck and dainty step was almost as tall as Rand's bay, but it was the woman herself. She was perhaps Nynaeve's age, who held his eyes. She was tall for one thing, and a hand taller, and she could have almost looked him in the eyes. For another, she was beautiful, ivory pale skin contrasting sharply with long night dark hair and black eyes. He had seen beautiful women. Moiraine was beautiful, if cool, and so was Nynaeve, and her temper did not get the better of her. Egwene and Elaine, the daughter heir of Andor, were each enough to take a man's breath. But this woman, his tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth. He felt his heart start beating. And immediately I was like, yo, this is Lanfear. Immediately. I said it. It was immediately. I didn't even have to think about it. Lanfear. Put that shit in underline. Did that shit immediately. I could not believe it. And then I was like, yo, I was not ready for that when, what happened? Startled, Um. Oh, I wasn't ready for everybody to be head over heels for her. That's what it was. Everyone immediately was like, "Damn, Lanfear, how you doing, girl?" Well, damn, Celine, how you doing, girl? Even Loyal was about to go crazy over her, and I was like, "What? Not Loyal, bro. Like, even Loyal didn't know what to do with this." I was like, no, Loyal, not you too. That's really how I was feeling. uh, to the point where, like my guy said, I have never thought of it before, Loyal said abruptly, sounding as if he were talking to himself. But if there is a such thing as a perfect human beauty in face and form, then you, and my guy Rand's like, yo, Loyal, chill, bro. Like, what are you doing? Like, what are you doing? And then Rand is like, he tells her, I'll try to keep you out of danger, but we got something to do. So you can come with us because it's better than staying here by yourself. Man was on a mission. He's the only one whose eye is on the prize, even though he is also going crazy, like stumbling over her too, because he's like, damn, she is beautiful. B-E-A beautiful. He doesn't know what to do about it, you know? Like he's trying to see what's going on. And then, and then freaking Hurin just immediately starts telling her everything that's going on. Dark Friends, Trollocs, Valdara, Horn of Valir. I mean, he said all the buzzwords. All of the buzzwords. Like, he said them all back to back. And I immediately had to write in the margins over here. I was like, yo, so we just trust this random woman that we just met in this godforsaken place, basically. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, we just believe the random woman. Like, why is that something that we're doing? Why is that something that we're doing? And then she begins to basically drop all the latest updates. You know, she drops all the latest patch notes on this if planet that they're on. You know what I mean? On Apocalypse. You know what I mean? Like they're on the Apocalypse, and she just drops fact after fact after fact. Oh yeah, that's a Grome. Oh yeah, it is. Oh yeah, that. Oh yeah, you're gonna be a great man once you hunt for the Horn of Valir. Like, yeah, you're gonna be a man for the legends. Like, bro, and he's taking absolutely no like fear of this. You know, like I'm like, bro, what's happening? Why are we just blindly following all the things that she is saying and doing? Like, I mean, she's bad, I get it, but come on, Fel, get it together. Like, get yourself shape up. Shape the hell up, you know? And he's like, bro, I'm not a hero, I'm not nothing, I'm just me. Oh, and then he drops the little jab at Nynaeve after she like puts the ointment on his hand. It's like it worked as well as Nynaeve's ointments sometimes did. Like, bro, what? Like, why do that dig at her like that? And then after finding out she's not an Aes Sedai and knowing that she still had the channel to be able to get there, like, bro, why are we trusting her? And then again, shout out to the margins. I said, I'm not trusting a beautiful woman in an ugly place. That's just like rule number one. That's rule number one. Everyone should know that. Never call me an Aes Sedai. Like, yo. Okay, so we know that every woman that we have met up until this point would be honored and feel nothing but worthy to be called an Aes Sedai. And the random, strange, beautiful, gorgeous woman that we met in this apocalyptic if is now saying that she doesn't like Aes Sedai, we're not going to take any hints from that. We're searching for dark friends. We don't think that she's one. Like, what are we doing? And then we see her go and talk to everyone and doing all this stuff. Like, she's over here, you know, winning over everybody. Like, you're a fascinating woman, giving all the information about what these ifs are and how it works. And I even put in the margins, what in the multiverse? Basically, to sum it up, they say the pattern has infinite variations and every variation that can be, which is insane. We also get the bit of lore that the Royal Library in Carrion is one of the greatest in the world, so great that the Aiel spared it deliberately when they burned Carrion. Like, what? That's pretty awesome. And then, as if we didn't have enough red flags already, Celine, pulls up and starts dropping Old Tongue, calling Loyal an Elanton instead of an Ogier. And that's not something that's just a wide-known spread fact. But again, this raises virtually zero red flags. And at this point, I'm like, oh, you guys just want, you guys just want to be attacked. You guys want to be in danger and in trouble. Like they ignored every red flag possible, and I just couldn't believe it. I was really reading it, and I was like, damn, she must have been fine as hell for them not to pay attention to any of the red flags that are going on here. Damn. Like, bruh, you know how fine someone got to be for you to not pay attention to their red flags? No, I don't, because I'm never not paying attention. Like, this is insane. You just found this person here. And there's not even a hint of worry from anyone. Like, everybody was on board. Why? Like, how did that make sense? And then, this man gonna say, bruh, I was low-key hot at Rand right here. I was like, this man gonna say, she was surely the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, intelligent, learned, and she thought he was brave. What more could a man ask for in a wife? What the fuck are you talking about? What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is going on? I'm like, bro, what are we doing, bro? Why are you thinking about marriage with this random woman you just met? Rand, what's happening? Is no one concerned? Is no one concerned that she knows everything that's happening, knows how we get out of here, knows about these creatures? Like she knows everything. Why? But I can't ask a woman to marry a man who's going to go mad. Maybe I might hurt her. But Celine was just so beautiful. Sir, what are we doing? What are we doing? And then, bro, as if this wasn't already bad enough, she starts dropping magic lessons. Bro, this person could not get more sus if they said Shaitan's name himself. Like, if they just said his name flat out. Like, that's the only person this person could be even more sus than they already are. She starts talking about the oneness, which is dope. to find out about. It's something. It's basically the void that Rand's dad had taught him about. And she says, you know, to learn the full use of it, wrap it around you continuously to dwell in it at all times, or so I've heard. Like, or so you've heard, huh? Like, bruh, who the hell did you hear that from? Who? What are we talking about? Wear this void of yours at all times, Randall Thor. Like, bruh. And then right here, look, she says, mirrors of the wheel. The Atlantean has not seen all the books there are. What is this Atlantean you keep calling him? I've never heard. The portal stone beside which I woke up there, pointing into the mountains off to the east, Rand found himself wishing for her warmth again and her smiles. Bruh, come on, son. At this moment, you already know. You already know what time I'm on. You know what time I'm on. What does it say? She's using magic on his ass. Yeah, I know I got sloppy handwriting. Don't worry about it. I'm writing on my on my iPad as I'm also listening and taking notes. Like, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Don't be mean. She using magic on his ass. Okay. Magic on that ass. Cannot be convinced otherwise. And I won't. No convincing will be taking place at this moment. Thank you very much. Oh. Oh, and then again, he's like, you can use the stone, this portal stone, yourself, he said angrily. Before the words were out of his mouth, he wanted them back. Why does she keep talking about the Age of Legends? Stubbornly, he forced himself to go on. The portal stone didn't bring you here by itself. You did it, Celine. If you made the stone bring you here, you can make it take you back. I'll take you to it, but then I must go on after the horn. Why is he not more alarmed about that? Why is he not more alarmed? I don't understand. Why is he not more just concerned, bro? There's nothing about this woman that is like trustworthy. I mean, nothing. Like, bruh. She's talking about, I can admire stubbornness in a man. Madam. And bruh said, it was too much. It's too much like things Egwene sometimes said. She is living rent-free in bro's head and has known him for all of 27 minutes. And then we end the chapter with some Grom pulling up. With some Grom. Alright, let's talk chapter 17. Wait, no, chapter 16. That was chapter 16 we were just on. Yeah, let's talk chapter 16. Loyal is wonderful. Loyal is that guy. I love him. He was hilarious throughout the entirety of this. Like, he goes from like, bro, don't talk to me crazy, just you having a bad day, to straight up dropping the Riz of the century on Celine. Paul, would you rather travel ways or traveling stones? Bet that up. Start a poll. There you go. Definitely the stones, because you could get there in the flicker of an eye. Nah, that's crazy. Nah, that's crazy. Don't forget the most beautiful woman in the world to boot. Bruh, like, wow. Straight up get it together, Loyal. What are you doing, friend? We were just talking about you. She is so, bro. She is so sus that it's insane how sus she is. Like, there is nothing about her that's not sus. All the way down to her being in, like, pristine clothing. He's a good, wholesome farm boy at heart. Hello? Yo, what's up with it, Aldon? Yeah, he's a good, wholesome farm boy making terribly stupid decisions. Like, just terribly stupid decisions. Rand pays attention to Beyonce. If he likes it, then he should maybe put a ring on it. But after 23 minutes is crazy. Like, that's just wild. Not the magic lessons. Like, bro, she's giving him magic lessons, telling him how to channel. And he's not alarmed by this at all. Why is he not alarmed? He has to be getting magic used on Dara, and that's why he don't know. Because he's getting straight up compelled. The lot of them are. Like, that's the only explanation there. You know what I'm saying? Like, what else can we talk about? And then, of course, we end the chapter with the Glorm pulling up. The herd of Glorm pulling up. So we might as well just go straight into
Chapter 17. Choices.
That's right. Chapter 17, choices, baby girl. All right. So going into choices, I loved this. I love the name for this chapter as well. Great name for the chapter, if I do say so myself. And yo, again, I'm at this point, I'm like, actually, I'm mad. I'm not gonna lie. Like, as I'm reading, I am irritated that these dudes are paying no attention. I wrote here, look, like, they don't even notice the horse is comfy and used to this place. Like, the horse is chilling. Like, the horse is fine. He's the only one that's not even pressed off of this crazy world that they're in. He's like, yep. Just chilling, doing my horse thing. That's crazy work that you're not noticing any of these things. It's just crazy work. Like, bro, how is your horse not scared of this land that we're in, right? No one knows. Her white mare was the only one of their mounts not dancing at the gruff barks coming from the Grom. Like, yeah, we're chilling. But Rand's like, nah, G, I'm going to stop him. I got this. Don't even worry about it. So he counts the arrows remaining in his quiver, 10 of them with points like chisels designed to drive through Trolloc armor. Love to know that. He stuck 4 of those upright into the ground in front of him. Whoop, whoop, whoop. A 5th he knocked to the bow. Mount and ready to take Celine to... Oh, he tells Loyal and Hurin to get ready to run away. The glow was there, a light just out of sight. It seemed to flow toward him. But the emptiness was all. Thoughts darted across the surface of the void, visible in that tainted light. Sidene, the power, madness, death. He was one with the bow, with the arrow, with the things topping the next rise. The Grom came on, overreaching one another in their leaps. Like, Rand was not aware of raising his bow or drawing the fletching against his cheek to his ear. The first Grom died. One of its companions leaped on it as it fell, beak of mouth ripping gobbets of flesh. It snarled at the others, and they circled wide. The fifth arrow left his bow. He lowered it, still deep in the void, as the fourth Grom fell like a huge puppet without its strings. Though the final arrow still flew, somehow he knew there was no need for another shot. The last beast collapsed as if its bones had melted, a feathered shaft jutting from its center eye. Bullseye! 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 The void held Rand. The light called to him, and he reached toward it. Yo, fire. We're cooking. Like, we're cooking. And then of course here comes Celine after that badass moment. It grows easier each time you do it, I've heard. The more you live in the oneness, the easier. Like, girl, shut the hell up. He wanted to go back into the void, wanted to feel the light filling him again. It had seemed as if he were truly alive then, sickliness and all. And now was only an imitation. No, worse. He had been almost alive. And now he knew that all he had to do was reach out to Sidene. Like, damn. The barks of Grom pursued them, hundreds it seemed. It sounded as if Grom were ranged in semicircle around them, closing from every direction but the front. The Ogier had given up riding. He used one hand to haul himself up and pulled his horse toward his tall horse behind him with the other. The hairy, fret-locked animal made heavy going, but easier than Loyal on its back. Grom barked behind them, closer now. Mans is carrying the horse with him. Like, what the hell? And then she's like, yo, I know what's going on, but I don't know how to use the power. And Hearn says, my lord, there isn't much time. Please get it together. Those things will be here in minutes now. And then Rand starts trying to channel, and he just kind of goes quiet and starts trying to think. And then the scent of her, and then it says the scent of her filled his nostrils. And I was like, she is compelling him. Like, she is compelling him 100% in every way possible, yo. Like, that's all that's going on here. She's straight up compelling our boy, and it's not right. Whoa. Oh, here we go. All right, here we go.
She's confident you can save her. You have to. The scent of her filled his nostrils.
My lord.
Rand swallowed and sought the void. It came easily, springing up around him without effort. Emptiness. Emptiness, light, wavering in a way that turned his stomach. Emptiness except for Sidene. But even the queasiness was distant. He was one with the portal stone. The column felt smooth and slightly oily under his hand, but the triangle and circle seemed warm against the brand on his palm. Have to get them to safety.
Beautiful.
Have to get them home.
Bro, just
The light drifted toward him, it seemed, surrounded him, and he embraced it. Light filled him.
Let's go.
Heat filled him. He could see the stone, see the others watching him, Loyal and Hurin anxiously, Celine showing no doubt that he could save her, but they might as well not have been there. The light was all. The heat and the light, suffusing his limbs like water sinking into dry sand, filling him. The symbol burned against his flesh. He tried to suck it all in, all the heat, all the light, all. The symbol. Suddenly, as if the sun had gone out for the blink of an eye, the world flickered. And again. The symbol was a live coal under his hand. He drank in the light. The world flickered. Flickered. It made him sick, that light. It was water to a man dying of thirst. Flicker. He sucked at it. It made him want to vomit. He wanted it all. Flicker. The triangle and circle seared him. He could feel it charring his hand. Flicker. He wanted it all. He screamed, howling with pain, howling with wanting. Flicker. Flicker. Flicker, flicker, flicker! Hands pulled at him. He was only vaguely aware of them. He staggered back. The void was slipping away, the light and the sickness that twisted at him. The light. He watched it go regretfully. Light, that's crazy to want it. But I was so full of it. I was so... Dazed, he stared at Celine. It was she who held his shoulders, stared wonderingly into his eyes. He raised his hand in front of his face. The heron brand was there, but nothing else. No triangle and circle burned into his flesh.
Bro. Yo, this man is so powerful, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous how powerful Rand al'Thor is and how he has no idea how powerful he is. All of us here, all of our horses, and you don't even know what you did. Remarkable. And it's like, you right, girl, that shit is remarkable. He doesn't even know what's happening, and he has saved everyone. Unfortunately, in that process, he just broke out, land fear, but hey, it works. That shit was awesome. It sucks every time this man has learned something. It's basically been in the worst way, in the worst scenario possible. I wouldn't want to channel either, shit. Man's just went and broke out land fear. And then man's is like, he was like, yo, I wish Perrin or Matt was here so they could lie and or sweet talk her so I could get out of here. Like, what? Oh, and then we find out that through the mirrors of the wheel, some have a shadow of that reflection before the event that occurs. So Hurin has been smelling where those dark friends are going to be, not where they were. And he's like, bro, I don't want that. I don't want to do that, yo. And yet another key thing that he says is in the place he smelled blood on everything, everywhere, on everyone. Even on you, my lady, he says to her. It was even on you, my lady. And I'm like, bruh, I don't know, G. We need to be paying attention to this. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. Why aren't we thinking that's a big deal? That's all I keep thinking, man. And then they find out that they are ahead of Fane's dark friends and that the Horn of Villiers is going to be basically on its way to them. And that's awesome. So they decide to just kind of wait and chill out. And then here we go with my guy Rand just being a total like creep nugget right here. And he's like, And he found himself again thinking of kissing her. And I think at one point he even thinks of her naked. Like, bro, he was going through it. And then he says, Egwene wouldn't have said I was wise. She would have called me a woolhead. Like, bruh. He had no idea what was going on. That's how we end the chapter, with him thinking about how this random woman he just met appreciates him more than his woman that he's basically been engaged to since he was a wee lad. All but engaged to since he was a wee lad. Like, bro, what are we doing here? What are we doing? What are we really even talking about? You know, like, what? He was tripping, yo. So I just had a really great time in this chapter because, you know, we definitely got to see Rand be that guy. And I love whenever we get to see Rand be that guy. It works, yo. You know, like, it works. And I love it. I freaking love it. I love it, bro, because Rand is that guy. He just needs to believe in himself more. Whenever he has to believe in himself, it goes not perfectly, but it does work for him. It's just crazy that he really is not understanding that he's full-blown compelled, bamboozled, and hornswoggled right now, and he's just kind of rocking and doing all the things that she's telling him to do. Like, he has not listened to anybody, but he's been doing the things on, you know, like, he's been listening, but he hasn't been listening, right? And then he meets Lanfear, and he's listening and listening, you know what I'm saying? Like, Rand absorbs all the information. He just doesn't do it until he wants to do it. But with her, he's like enacting the things right away. Like, come on, son, don't go out like that. Please don't go out like that, bro. You can do better. And I'm like, bro, she's just leading them through hills and mountains and bears, oh my, and she's just out here doing all of this stuff, and I'm like, how are we cool with all of this? Like, how are we not concerned about what she's out here doing, or how long she's been here, or what she's been doing while she's here, or why we didn't see her, or why her dress is pristine, clean, you know what I mean? Like, that just is all wild. I also am trying to figure out why no one has figured out my man's channeling. I mean, Loyal kind of did figure it out, I guess. I guess he's just going with the lie. I wasn't ready for her to be compelling the entire party. That's definitely had me surprised. Like, I was surprised about that, for sure. Okay. This little arc here, Rand in the portal world with her forcing him into the Lord position that he doesn't want, basically becoming a dependent. Super important arc for Rand to experience here. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree. It's very important. He even goes as far to correct himself in certain moments and say different things as a means to keep Hurin's spirits up, because he knows that Hurin is, like, basically at this point, Hurin is only going because Rand is there. Like, if Rand wasn't there, Hurin probably would have just been like, well, we're dead, Loyal. Oh, well. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's basically what it seems like. There is no hope for him other than from Rand. So, I love it, man. I love it. I think it just works. It works really well to get that deeper understanding of what's going on with Rand and why, and seeing Rand be thrown into the position that he was already thrown into, right? We get to see Rand get thrown into the position that he was just told that he was going to get thrown into if Lord Ingtar was to fall. Crazy that we don't get that arc in the show. Crazy. But, you know, that's a super important point right there to know. It's like, hey, man, if something happens, you're going to take my place. immediately something happens, he takes his place, but Lord Ingtar isn't dead. It's just that now he has to take that place for Loyal and for Hurin, and Hurin is one of the most important people of that party. You know, they don't know that our guy Perrin and Hurin, wow, the sniffer and the wolf brother, we don't know that our Perrin is now taking the lead and that they have an Aes Sedai with them. We don't know. They don't know that, at this point. All they know is that they got to get back, get the horn, and do the damn thing that they need to do, right? That's all they know at this moment. That's it. Nothing more, nothing less. Nothing less, nothing less, nothing less. Rand is not wrong. Egwene would call him a woolhead. I mean, yes, but he shouldn't be like whining about that or thinking about that in a negative way at this moment. You know what I mean? He's like, oh, because she do that, that means Lanfear is better because she told me the nice thing instead of the other thing. It's like, nah, son, sometimes you need your woman to tell you that you're being a woolhead because you're doing idiotic things and stupid stuff, which he was. Because, like, Lanfear was right. They should have... Oh, I'm sorry. We don't know if it's Lanfear. Celine was right. Like, we should have seen... Like, we should have left. We shouldn't have been trying to fight all of the Grom. But, she's also evil, so... Like, how much does that actually count for? You know what I'm saying? And Egwene would be correct. Yeah, facts. The Grom are actually dry cleaners and Celine owes them money? Nah, they're pulling up for their money, yo. Like, yo, you think you've been here this whole time and we've been keeping you clean and pristine, and you think you're gonna just leave without giving us our fair pay? Nah, I think not. I think not. Come back. Come back immediately. Come back immediately. And I love the Grom. That's a fire way to introduce them too. It's like the Grom are like the Trollocs of that world almost. You know what I mean? There are no Trollocs, only Grom now. The Grom roam. The Grom roam the apocalypse biome. Okay, let me stop. But yes, the Grom look dope. I love that. And now we get to go into our POV switch, which I was pleasantly surprised that we got in the middle of this. It's very interesting how they like kind of throw it in there in like the middle real quick, but I love it. So we got to see yeah, so before we get into the next chapter, y'all already know what's happening. What is up, Super Fam?
How's it going, everyone?
Welcome to Marvel Bros, where we discuss all things Marvel and everything pop culture.
We started Marvel Bros back in 2019 because we have a love for not only Marvel movies and comics, but because we wanted to have a place where people could stay up to date with all pop culture news.
Here, you will have access to all of our content, whether it be trailer reaction. You look like He-Man.
Oh!
And most importantly, controller.
Go!
Character breakdowns. Welcome to Marvel Bros Breakdown.
Welcome to Marvel Bros Breakdown, where we dive deeper into characters and theorize about the latest films.
Pop culture news updates. On today's pop culture news update.
And on today's pop culture news update.
On today's pop culture news update.
Today's pop culture news update.
Or movie reviews.
We love to have open discussions here on the channel, so feel free to join us when we go live.
Battle Cove, I like that Kang's motives are understandable in the same way Thanos' motives were. That's exactly what we're saying. That was pretty awesome. Well.
Or jump in the comment section of a trailer reaction or breakdowns so we can theorize, converse, and nerd out.
Follow us on social media at Marvel Bros to stay up to date with the latest news, rumors, content, and more.
You can also join our Discord, where we are constantly having conversations pertaining to Marvel, DC, Star Wars, anime, and everything pop culture.
All of our past pop culture news updates are available wherever you listen to podcasts at.
If you guys would like to support Marvel Bros, all you gotta do is visit our website at www.marvelbros.com and buy some merch. Represent the superfan.
To get early access to content, patron-only scoops, giveaways, private Q&As, and those sacred watch parties. All right, gentlemen and ladies and gentlemen, Brovengers, Broverin, and Super Fam alike, y'all already know. Let's get into the next chapter, and that is...
Chapter 18, To the White Tower.
Here is the POV switch.
What is
I
up,
was
Super
not ready
Fam?
for the...
How's
oh my
it going,
God.
everyone?
Welcome to
Oh
Marvel Bros, where we discuss... I was not ready for the POV switch here. I'm not going to lie to you. It did surprise me. I was surprised. I was like, what? I was like, what? Egwene? Like, I'm not going to lie. I was like, Egwene? Like, when it started, I was like, oh, man, we were cooking. Like, but I understood it. So then I quickly got over that. But I was just like, man, we were in the middle of cooking right there. I almost forgot, like, I kind of feel like the Rand chapters are just so good that I get immediately immersed into them. And it's like I'm so interested in that story. And I sometimes feel like I'm getting torn out of that story when like we're in the middle of it. And I don't feel like that when we switch anyone else's POVs really. It's like, okay, like let's get back. Like it's not, and I don't feel like let's get back to Rand either. Like I don't feel that way either. It's just like I don't know. I don't know what else to say. I don't feel like I'm getting ripped away from it. So here it was just, yeah, it was just crazy fire. I really loved it. So we find out, we see that they're on the boat. They're doing their thing. And then, of course, Nynaeve, being Nynaeve, she's trying to stay solid, but we can tell that she is, straight up having, she's straight up getting seasick. Like, straight up, unequivocally seasick, and there's nothing she can do about it. We also find out that Egwene has been having these dreams still. Nynaeve asked her another dream last night, and it's like she had never been very good at keeping things from Nynaeve, and she had not tried with the dreams. Nynaeve had tried to dose her at first until she heard one of the Aes Sedais was interested. Then she began to believe. I just wish I could make sense of it, she says. It's just crazy. Like they're trying to figure out what's going on, and then it's crazy to hear that because it's dope. That one thing. Okay. The thing that I liked about this is that it's a direct response to what Rand just went through with Ballsy, right? When he's going through the thing with Ballsy, he's talking about, like Ballsy says, you have this girl watching over you, and Nynaeve is literally watching over Rand as they sleep, and she doesn't really even know how she's doing it, but she is, and she's doing such a good job at it that Ballsy knows. Ballsy knows that she's doing it because he can tell. So I like that. That's why I liked it. That's why I was like, oh, wait a minute. She felt the disturbance in the Force, basically. And then we also learned that Nynaeve was like making it a point to not call everyone Sedai, like not saying Moraine Sedai or Anaya Sedai. Like she just said their names, purposely trying to, doing it purposely just to be a dick, and that's hilarious. And then most of the Aes Sedai just did not care. But the fact that she made it habitual made people like mug her about it. That's hilarious. That's hilarious. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? Like, bruh. Most of the Aes Sedai appeared not to care. Oh no, I already said that. The wheel weaves as the will wills. You know what I'm saying? And then right here, it says the man in the mask again, right? the man in the mask again. And now that I'm looking at it, and I'm like, wait. The man in the mask. So the man is literally wearing a mask that makes him seem like a monster. But really, he's just a man pretending to be something different because he's wearing a mask. It's definitely Ishmael pretending, my guy. Like I think the reason he's wearing, you know what I mean? Like there's a lot of visual representation within there. I feel. 3 times the man whose eyes were fire had been in her dreams. Each time when she dreamed a dream that convinced her Rand was in danger. He always wore a mask across his face. Sometimes she could see his eyes, and sometimes she could only see fire where they would be. He laughed at me. It was so contemptuous, as though I were a puppy he was going to have to push out of his way with his foot. It frightens me. He frightens me. So it's like again, he sees her. He's like, yo, I see you. You think you strong because you here, but you not. And I'm going to have to show you. Like, I like that. Because that means that he does feel some type of way that he's being watched. You know, it's like, how are you even strong enough to do that? You think you're a pit bull. You're really a chihuahua. Let me step you on you before you get jaw locked. And then the Amerlin seat herself walked through the door and shut it behind her. And I immediately was like, I love how much time we are seeing the Amerlin spend with everyone, okay? I love it. We did get to see her spend some time with everyone in the book here and there. But I don't know, it hits different for some reason. This moment hits completely different than the moment when they're in the White Tower and the Amerlin seat walks into the room to meet them. You know what I mean? Like, it's the same type of vibe. Like, clearly that's what they're going for, in my opinion, in the show. They're going for this, but, you know what I'm saying? And then the Amerlin seat's like, I will give you your lesson today. Sit, child. Egwene sat, but Nynaeve began to try to push herself to her feet. I think I will go on deck. I said sit. Perhaps I will stay. It is no doubt windy up there. Bullheaded. Bullheaded. She bullheaded as hell. Like, she's bullheaded as hell. Like, why does it have to be her idea? Like, you know what I mean? Like, nah, I will stay down here. You know what? Yeah, it is cold, so I might as well. You know what I mean? But I'm doing it because of the reasons that I thought of, not because of the reasons you told me. Hilarious. And then Nynaeve just yapping, talking that straight shit. I'd rather one of the warders taught me how to use a sword. There is someone I'd like to use it on. Egwene looked at her sharply. Did Nynaeve mean the Amerlin? Which was stupid and dangerous. Or Lan. A sword, the Amerlin said. I never thought swords were much use. Even if you have the skill, child. But if you want a sword... She held up her hand. Egwene gasped, and Nynaeve's eyes bulged. And there was a sword in her hand, yo, with blade and hilt of an odd bluish white. Made from air, child, with air. It's as good as most steel blades, better than most. But still not much use. The sword became a paring knife. There was no shrinking. It just was one thing, then the other. This now is useful. You know what I mean? Like, this is fire. We're getting crazy, amazing things. I would as soon learn something useful. All this make the air stir, Nynaeve, like the candle, Nynaeve. Now put it out, light it again. Like, Nynaeve is a menace, bro. I don't understand why she be tripping. Like, she be always tripping. She doesn't know how not to. And that shit is hilarious. She be going off at every point she has, anytime she has an opportunity to pop off, she's taking it like 100% expeditiously. Egwene thought she saw a glow around the woman at the other end of the bed. Nothing changed that Egwene could see, but she could surely feel it. She tried to lift her arm. It did not budge any more than if she were buried to her neck in thick jelly. Release me! Nynaeve grated, her eyes glared, and her head jerked from side to side, but the rest of her sat as rigid as a statue. Egwene realized that she was not the only one held. Let me go! Useful, wouldn't you say? And it's nothing but air. The Amyrlin spoke in a conversational tone as if they were all chatting over tea. Big man with muscles and his sword, and the sword does him much good as the hair on his chest. Talking that shit, I love it. Let me go, I say. Yo, Nynaeve is... One thing you gotta love about Nynaeve is she got heart. She ain't going out like no sucker. Like, she is not going out like no sucker. And if I don't like where he is, I can pick him up. And Nynaeve squawked as she slowly rose, still in a sitting position, until her head almost touched the ceiling. I've often wished I could use this to fly. The like this is hard. I love the way that they drop this. It feels like an anime sometimes. I've often wished I could fly. The records say Aes Sedai could fly in the Age of Legends, but they aren't clear on how. Not this way, though. It doesn't work like that. You might reach out with your hands and pick up a chest that weighs as much as you do. You look strong, but take a hold of yourself. Yourself, however you will. You cannot pick yourself up. The light burn you, let me go. Set tripping. And then Egwene is just sitting there like, bruh, how did I get put in on this? Like, I didn't even do nothing wrong. I was doing everything I can. Like, I was trying to do everything I can. And then the Amyrlin continues, big hairy man and so forth, can't do anything. Why, if I mind to, she leaned forward, her eyes intent on Nynaeve. Suddenly, her smile did not seem very friendly. I could turn him upside down and paddle his bottom. Just like... Suddenly, the Amyrlin flew backwards so hard her head rebounded off the wall. And there she stayed, as if something were pressing against her. Egwene stared, her mouth dry. This isn't happening. It isn't. Like, bro, what? It's going down. It's going down. I was like, oh, shit. And Amyrlin's just like, yo, they was right. They said you learn quickly. Shall we release each other, child? You let me go now or I'll... Like, girl, chill out. You a little girl. You a little girl. That shit was hilarious. And then Nynaeve finally shuts her mouth. And she said, if you had a hair less potential than you do, child, I would send you to the mistress of novices and tell her to keep you the rest of your life. But you will get what you deserve. Like, yeah, let's fucking go. Let's go. Like, yo. Unless you would like to further demonstration, we will go on with our lesson. Continue your lesson, we might say. Mother, Egwene said faintly. She still could not twitch below her chin. Yo, Egwene was just sitting there. And then the Amyrlin, it's hilarious because it's like the Amyrlin looked at her questionably. Like, she was like, oh, snap. Yeah, that's right. My bad. Are you both ready to learn? Yes, mother. Yes, mother. Yeah, bro, get it together. Okay. And then we are immediately into it. Empty your thoughts out of everything but a flower bud. And so now we know, I'm pretty sure now this is a direct comparison of the flower bud, the void, and the oneness are basically like all the same thing, just with different names. If I'm not mistaken, that's kind of what I've gotten from at least that's what I've gotten from the text. Egwene, and then after all of that, Egwene raised one hand and she starts playing with fire. Love it. Nynaeve starts popping off, called her a miserable old hag, talking about the light burner. I was rolling. She was tripping. She was tripping. That was hilarious. Oh, and then she says, I did not think anything tasted worse than raw sheep's tongue root. I'll remember that the next time you act the goose, so watch yourself. Egwene winced. That had been the first thing the Amyrlin had done, trying to rouse Nynaeve's anger. A dark glob of something that glistened like grease and smelled vile had suddenly appeared, and while the Amyrlin held Nynaeve with the power, she had forced it down the wisdom's mouth, and that's just crazy. She could never have held, like, that's just wild, That's wild. That is just wild. And I think both of those moments are in the show, but in different ways. Like, in the show, it's Leandrin and Nynaeve instead of the Amyrlin seat, and then instead of drinking that glob, she drinks the dirty mop water. So it is hitting similar points and showing her stubbornness, just in different ways. And then we finally pull up on Tar Valon, the island so big it looked more as if the river split in two than contained a bit of land. Bridges that seemed to be made of lace arched from either bank to the island, crossing marshy ground as well as the river. The walls of the city, the shining walls of Tar Valon, glistened white as the sun broke through the clouds, and on the west bank, its broken top leaking a thin wisp of smoke, Dragon Mount reared black against the sky, one mountain standing among flat lands and rolling hills. Dragon Mount, where the dragon had died. Dragon Mount made by the dragon's dying. Bruh. Like, we are cooking. And then they just leave them. None of them so much as glanced at Egwene or Nynaeve. They just all got to dipping. And then one of the boat hands is just like, Aes Sedai don't hold with the newlings being tardy, so you better get moving. And then they're like, oh, that talk of wanting us here, and now they just don't seem to care. And immediately I'm like, bro, there is manipulation every single place that they are about to go. Like, I was like, bro, it's manipulation station time. And then the buildings are mentioned to be like palaces, and close to each other and arched almost together, like and them containing inns and shops and the fancy stonework everywhere. It was just like everything was part of one design. Right in front of the arch laid a broad square, tall and graceful, some with sweeping bridges, like just towers of everything. It's just reaching into the sky. Like, beautiful. And then Egwene turns and they see an Aes Sedai. They mentioned that no one else had that ageless look. So basically, they see somebody that looks ageless, they immediately know it's Aes Sedai. And I love that, like, how simple, like, how they make it very simple. They're like, oh, yep, that's her. That's one of them. And they mentioned the Aes Sedai as being a little plump with a warm smile and one of the oddest appearing women that Egwene had ever seen. And so we basically meet Shiriam, the mistress of novices, and then Nynaeve immediately yet again pops off. I was told, I have never heard, oh wait, no, she was like, I am not to be a novice. And she's like, I was told. And then they talk about the other one being a novice. And then she calls her Shiriam Sadai. Does it have to be so hard on her? Flesh and blood can only take so much. She says, and she's like, there's no need to try to break her just to find how strong she is. And then, Shiriam says, you mean what the Amerlin did to you today? Nynaeve's back stiffened. Shiriam looked as though she were trying to keep amusement from her face. I told you I spoke with the Amerlin. Rest your worries for your friend. Novice training is hard, but not that hard. That is for the first few weeks of being one of the accepted. Like, put her in her damn place immediately. I love it. I love it. Like, that's exactly the type of thing that Nynaeve needs, because Nynaeve be tripping. And then, you know, she is, of course, calling everyone Sadai and all this stuff now. It's like, yeah, that's what I thought, girl, because you out here tripping. You better get it together. And get it together she does. But, yo, that's chapter 19 from me. Let's see how you guys felt about it. Let's jump into chat. Funny how in season 2... Whoa. Oh, funny how in season 2 they tended to follow Rand scenes with Egwene scenes, and I guess RJ did the same. Facts, that's a good point. I guess it follows their train of thought in the books because they're always thinking of each other in one way or another. Exactly. I think it means she's doing a bad job if Baalzamon knows Egwene is watching. Well, I mean, I don't know. Because she's not doing it on purpose, so I don't... So that's why I'm like, oh, that's how hard she's going. Like, she's not even doing it on purpose and she's watching. And he sees that she's there watching and he's like, you're not even strong. But she's not even doing it on purpose. So it's like, yes, she is strong. And that's why you want to stop her now, because you don't want her to get stronger. Ballsy, you know what I'm saying? But Charisse, I know you a dark friend, so we know who you sticking up for. In the show, they adapted this scene, but it was Leandrin and Nynaeve, not Swan. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's dope. I think they adapted, you know, they adapted most of those training scenes that we have seen, but in the form of a different Aes Sedai taking that place, because we hadn't seen a lot of Aes Sedai up until that point as well. So I like that. I like getting to see all the different Aes Sedai that we did in the show, you know, being able to see the ones that are training and doing this and doing that, and it's kind of the same thing, seeing the ones that we've already been dealing with, but doing the training stuff, you know, because in the show it was the green Aja that has the two warders, right? She's the one that was training them and like made her drink the nasty water, you know what I mean? They adapted some of the girl stuff pretty well. Mr. Fool A. This was one of the good scenes. Yeah, I agree. The scene is hilarious. It's one of my favorite in the whole series. Bruh, she was doing the damn thing. Book Nynaeve is awesome. Magic She-Hulk, an absolute weapon. I love her. She definitely goes crazy. Okay, Nynaeve is the best. I love her. She definitely was going stupid. To be fair, Egwene isn't the most powerful channeler in 1,000 years, so makes sense Swan forgot about her. That's cold. She said, mother. She's like, what? Oh my God, my bad. You good? She's like, yeah, fine. But again, that shows how strong that the Amerlin is, because you know how strong you have to be to forget you're exerting power like that? She can't move at all. And she doesn't even remember that she's exerting that power to do that to her. Like, you're powerful as hell if you're doing that. Like, that's insane. That's an insane amount of power. Oh, yeah. LOL, I swear I walk in the light. Okay. Yep. I'm not Rand, homie. I don't believe you. Yo. But yo, yeah, that is chapter 18. I loved that chapter too. All these chapters are awesome. Banger after banger yet again. This was a nice little footnote moment. Kind of like a breather. Damn, I'm out of water. It was a nice breather to be like, oh, okay, that's what's going on. All right, well, let's get back to it. You know, it was one of those. It was one of those. And that's why I liked it. That's why I liked it. Okay. So what chapter was that? Chapter 18. So now let's get into the final chapter of the night here, ladies and gents. Oops, what was that? Yeah. That one, that one, that one. Okay, yeah, this.
6 nations divided, how the gods envisioned the lands of Ghaphora, where nations must praise their gods individually. Inguvu, the god of power, Altira, the goddess of reality, Akasha, the goddess of space, Akaili, the goddess of mind, Nafasi, the god of time, Isarin, the god of soul. Each god bestowed their name and universal property to their nation through the blood of their land. Diligent praise to these gods, along with the blood of the land, allows the inhabitants of Ghaphora to wield the universal property of their god. These inhabitants are called gifts. It is forbidden for these nations to fraternize with one another. Gifts, the lands of Ghaphora.
That's right. You can check out Gifts, the Lands of Ghaphora. Just dropped the Alpha Reader PDF in the chat. Y'all can go and click that link and go to it and download it on your phone, on your computer, and read it. I will tell you, it is extra alpha read, first draft type shit of the first 5 chapters. So you getting spell errors, grammar, infractions, and everything else. Okay? And then if you want to... if you would like to, review it or be the alpha review the alpha reader copy that you got, talk about the things that you liked and the things that you didn't like and all that type of stuff, you can do that at this link right here. So if you want to check out my work, you can check it out. If you don't, that's good too. All right, now it's time to get into the final chapter of the night, and that is
Chapter 19. Beneath the Dagger.
Beneath the Dagger, baby. Poppin' name for the chapter. All of these chapters were actually fire. The names were fire for them on top of everything else. You know what I'm saying? Like, it wasn't just the dope chapters. Like, the names were dope. The little insignias that there were also dope. Like, they did a good job with all of that. And then we start off with Rand saying, if no one comes tomorrow, I'll take Selene to Carrion. And then it says that he told himself that before. Every day that they had been there, he said that. But he would say that it was time to leave. And then Selene talked to him about the Horn of Valir, touched his arm, looked into his eyes. And before he knew it, he had agreed to stay yet another day. And of course, we already know that is because he is being, say it with me, audience, compelled. Okay. Oh no. Whoops. Sorry. Wait.
6 nations divided, how the gods envisioned the land.
Boop. Okay. And yeah, I'm like, bro, what's going on, bro? Come on, let's get it together. And then Rand, after he wake up in the middle of the night, and he see that Lanfear is going through his stuff. And he like, yo, do you need something, madam? And he knows he's put them right next to his head when he went to bed. And I like that he goes off on this like little tangent about the freaking banner that he has to have. He's like, how can my life to keep depending on it? If anybody sees it and knows what it is, I'll die for having it. And then he stares at her suspiciously like, what the hell are you up to? And then she saves it like, I've been wearing these clothes for too long. I'm trying to get out of them and get into yours. And immediately starts undressing in front of her. He's like, and she's trying to seduce him, talking about some, if you could help me with these, it would be much easier. I'm like, oh, sheesh. What's going on? But I love that bro's like, it would not be proper. It isn't as if we're promised or... Wait, what the hell am I talking about? It just wouldn't be proper. Like, bro, again, he's thinking about being married to this woman. Like, bro, you have to take a breath. You gotta relax, Rand. What are you doing? And then it says, she wore his shirt hanging in baggy folds on her. But she was tall for a woman. The bottom of it came more than halfway down her thighs. It was not as if he had never seen a girl's legs before. Girls in the two rivers always tied up their skirts to go wading in waterwood ponds, but they stopped doing it well before they were old enough to braid their hair, and this was in the dark. Besides, the moonlight seemed to make her skin glow. Mans is being tempted to the umpteenth degree. And then Hurin and Loyal pull up and they're like, yo, what are y'all doing? Like, what's going on here? Did we interrupt something? Y'all, like, do y'all need a little space? Do y'all need a little space to do the dance below the waist? Like, what's going on here? Let's see. And then she's like, you will let Ingtar take the horn of Valir and the glory? And he's like, I don't want no damn glory. And then he turns around and it says, without thinking, he turned. And there she was, legs pale in the moonlight, and as unconcerned that they were bare as if she were alone. As if we were alone, the thought came. He was like, oh, hold on. She wants the man who finds the horn. Like, yo, relax, my boy. Everybody is wildin'. This chapter was mad horny. Like, everything about this was going crazy. The only way is to go down yourself and see. Take the Atlantan. Like, bro, why does she keep calling the Ogier an Atlantan? What is it that she know that we don't know? Because I need to know for sure, bro. And she's like, I'm capable of guarding myself. Loyal says, bro, you can't even see. You a regular ass human. I got super sight. Why wouldn't you take me with you? You won't even have to get up as close. So Hurin basically let them know that it might be go time. And then of course we get horny again because it's like she pulls up on him as he's on the horse about to leave, and she says, remember the glory. Remember. The shirt seemed to fit her better than he recalled, molding itself to her form. I was like, God damn. Rand can't stand a chance at this point. Loyal, and then we find out why she's been calling him an Atlantan. He says it's old tongue, Rand. It means brother and is short for Tia of Avende Atlantan. Brother to the trees, tree brother. It is very formal, but then I've heard of the Carrion are formal. The noble houses are, at least. The common people I saw there are not formal at all. You know what I mean? I was like, yeah, okay, we're in here cooking. That's what we get right here. Like, I'm loving the explanation here, because I was definitely expecting it at some point. I needed to know what was going on with that and why she continuously was calling him an Atlantean. And it's because, it's because she's old as hell and remembers what they were called from the before time. And then he's like, he's like, yo, Rand frowned. A sheep herder would never be able to be acceptable to a formal Carrion noble house. Light, Matt's right about you. You're crazy, and with a big head to boot. But if I could marry... He wished he could stop thinking, and before he realized it, the void formed within him. Like, bro is going everywhere. He does not know what to do. He is low-key losing his mind, and I think it is because he is, high-key doing hella magic. And then I love that the Sidene started calling to him, starting reaching for him, because he has now tapped into it multiple times. And then, they're walking, and then they freeze because they see dim mounds on the ground. And then those mounds became men wrapped in blankets, freaking sleeping Trollocs. They see all the Trollocs just chilling, sleeping around the guy's darn chest and the horn. And something atop of it. Oh, it's the dagger. They didn't put everything smack dab in the middle of them. Like, whoa, started tilting. Like, what type of video game logic is that? What type of video game stuff is going on here? They done huddled around it, and he done snuck up. Oops. And then Rand froze, letting the calm of emptiness envelop him. His hand was on the sword, but he did not think of it. The void was all. Whatever happened, happened. He watched the Trolloc without blinking. He could see it in his mind, floating beyond the void, glittering golden, chased with silver, in the glow of Sidene, the horn of Valir, and the dagger Matt needed, both almost within reach of his hand. There would never be a better chance. All within reach of his hand, Selene was waiting on the mountain. He needed it. Madness. This is madness. You are going mad. Dim thoughts. Someone else's thoughts. And of course here I write, come on now, someone else's thoughts. Like how more on the nose do we need to know that it's not just him and his Jiminy Cricket doing the thinking around these parts. It's another cricket in his Jiminy, okay?
And go back to the dagger, not quite touching it. It had not harmed Matt in the beginning. Not much, at least. Not quickly. In one swift motion, he lifted the dagger, stuck it behind his belt, and pulled his hand away, as if it might help to minimize the time it touched his bare skin. Perhaps it would. And Matt would die without the dagger. He could feel it there, almost a weight pulling him down, pressing against him. But in the void, sensation was as distant as thought, and the feel of the dagger faded quickly to something he was used to. He wasted only a moment more, staring at the shadow-wrapped chest. The horn had to be inside, but he did not know how to open it, and he could not lift it by himself. Then he looked around for Loyal. He found the Ogier crouched not far behind him, massive head swiveling as he peered back and forth from sleeping human dark friends to sleeping Trollocs. Even in the night, it was plain Loyal's eyes were as wide as they could go. They looked as big as saucers in the light of the moon. Rand reached out and took Loyal's hand. The Ogier gave a start and gasped. Rand put a finger across his lips, set Loyal's hand on the chest, and mimed lifting. For a time, it seemed forever in the night, with dark friends and Trollocs all around, it could not have been more than heartbeats. Loyal stared. Then, slowly, he put his arms around the golden chest and stood. He made it seem effortless. Ever so carefully, even more carefully than he had come in, Rand began to walk out of the camp, behind Loyal and the chest. Both hands on his sword, he watched the sleeping dark friends, the still shapes of the Trollocs. All those shadowed figures began to be swallowed deeper in the darkness as they drew away. Almost free. We've done it. The man, who had been sleeping near the chest, suddenly sat up with a strangled yell, then leaped to his feet. It's gone!
Yeah.
Wake, you filth! It's gone!
Yep, you done fumbled.
Even in the void, Rand recognized it. The others scrambled erect, dark friends and Trollocs, calling to know what was happening, growling and snarling. Fane's voice rose to a howl. I know it is you, Althor! You are hiding from me, but I know you're out there!
Yes,
Find
sir.
Find him! Althor! Men and Trollocs scattered in every direction.
Here we go.
Wrapped in emptiness, Rand kept moving. Almost forgotten in entering the camp, Saidin pulsed at him.
He cannot see us.
Loyal whispered low.
Once
Here we
reach
go.
the horses.
A Trolloc leaped out of the dark at them, cruel eagle's beak in a man's face where mouth and nose should have been, scythe like sword already whistling through the air. Rand moved without thought. He was one with the blade. Cat dances on the wall. The Trolloc screamed as it fell, screamed again as it died.
Run, Loyal!
Rand commanded. Saidin called to him.
Run!
He was dimly aware of Loyal lumbering to an awkward gallop, but another Trolloc loomed from the night, boar-snouted and tusked, spiked axe raised. Smoothly Rand glided between Trolloc and Ogier. Loyal must get the horn away. Head and shoulders taller than Rand, half again as wide, the Trolloc came at him with a silent snarl. The courtier taps his fan. No scream this time. He walked backwards after Loyal, watching the night. Saidin sang to him. Such a sweet song. The power could burn them all, burn Fane and all the rest to cinders. No! 2 more Trollocs, wolf and ram, gleaming teeth and curling horns, lizard in the thorn bush. He rose smoothly from one knee as the second toppled, horns almost brushing his shoulder. The song of Saidin caressed him with seduction, pulled him with 1,000 silken strings. Burn them all with the power. No, no, better dead than that. If I were dead, it would be done with. A knot of Trollocs came into sight, hunting uncertainly. 3 of them. 4. Suddenly, one pointed to Rand and raised a howl. The rest answered as they charged. Let it be done with! Rand shouted and leaped to meet them. For an instant, surprise slowed them. Then they came on with guttural cries, gleeful, bloodthirsty, swords and axes raised. He danced among them to the song of Saidin. Hummingbird kisses a honey rose. So cunning that song, filling him. Cat on hot sand. The sword seemed alive in his hands as it had never been before, and he fought as if a heron-mark blade could keep Saidin from him. The heron spreads its wings. Rand stared at the motionless shapes on the ground around him. Better to be dead, he murmured. He raised his eyes, back up the hill toward where the camp lay. Fane was there, and dark friends. And more Trollocs. Too many to fight. Too many to face and live. He took a step that way. Another.
Rand, come on!
Loyal's urgent whispered call drifted through the emptiness to him.
For life and the light, Rand! Come on!
Carefully, Rand bent to wipe his blade on a Trolloc's coat. Then, as formally as if Lan were watching him train, he sheathed it.
There's a menace.
As though he knew of no urgency, Rand joined Loyal by the horses. The Ogier was tying the golden chest atop his saddle with straps from his saddlebags. His cloak was stuffed underneath to help balance the chest on the rounded saddle seat. Saidin sang no more. It was there, that stomach-turning glow, but it held back as if he truly had fought it off. Wonderingly, he let the void vanish. I think I am going mad, he said. Suddenly realizing where they were, he peered back the way they had come. Shouts and howls came from 6 different directions, signs of search, but none of pursuit. Yet, he swung up onto Red's back.
Sometimes I do not understand half of what you say, Lionel said. If you must go mad, could it at least wait until we are back with the Lady Celine and Huron?
How are you going to ride with that in your saddle?
I will run.
The Ogier suited his words by breaking into a quick trot, pulling his horse behind him by the reins.
Bro.
Rand followed. The pace Loyal set was as fast as a horse could trot. Rand was sure the Ogier could not keep it for long, but Loyal's feet did not flag. Rand decided that his boast of once outrunning a horse might really be true. Now and again, Loyal looked behind them as he ran, but the shouts of Dark Friends and howls of Trollocs faded with distance. Even when the ground began to slope upwards more sharply, Loyal's pace barely slowed, and he trotted into their campsite on the mountainside with only a little hard breathing.
Mans was moving, yo. Mans was moving. I was so not ready for any of that. That was crazy. Rand was not playing. Rand went to work on their ass, bro. That was crazy to me. I did not expect Rand to go to work. Rand went to work like 3 different times, just whooping ass. And I was like, yeah. Like, it was it's so hype, bro. Like, and yelling, let it be done with. Like, that is the hardest shit to just yell, yo. Like, that's just a hard thing. That's just hard, bro. Like, for an instant, all of them was like, what the hell? They was like, what? Let it be done with. Is this man about to murder all of us? And yes, he did. Bro went to work. Like, went to work. And then Loyal went to work with running, bro. He was like, come on, let's get up out of here, bro. You can have your mental breakdown momentarily, bro. Not right now. And then Celine immediately like, you have it. I knew you would make the right choice. May I have a look at it? Like, girl, we just got back. Let Loyal catch his breath. You know? And then Celine gonna get on her tiptoes to go on into the treasure chest. Rand's like, yank, let me get the horn of Valir. Tia mi avin moridin isiande vadin. The grave is no bar to my call. You will be greater than Arthur Hawkqueen ever was. Like, bam. Ugh. She's so beautiful, Egwene, Celine. I'm not worthy of either of them. Like, bro, what are we doing? What are we doing here? And then she tells them that they can't go back because they're going to be looking for him. So they all decide to go to Carrion, if I'm not mistaken. And then he shows her the dagger, and she's like, "Oh no, son, you need to get rid of that. I don't want that nowhere near me." She's like, "I don't want to know nothing about that dagger. Get that dagger away from me as soon as possible." What are we doing here? Oh, and then we see the bare blade is curved like a horn. The quillins were golden serpents. Set in the hilt, a ruby big as his thumbnail winked like an evil eye in the moonlight. I will find some way to carry it. Rand tells Celine, and Celine's evil ass is like, throw that shit away, leave it, bury it if you wish, but don't hold it. You gotta be rid of it. This chest will surely shield us, Celine says with a tight voice. We are too close. Fane seems to be able to find me. Seek the oneness if you are afraid, Celine says, dropping all this knowledge on it. I want to be as far from those dark friends come morning as we can be. I will saddle your mare. Stubborn! A stubborn man is best. And I'm pretty sure at some point she's like, you always are like this. Like she almost like slips and lets it know that she knows bruh from the past as well. And then we have a little POV switch yet again at the end right here. And we go back to seeing Patton Fane. And he's like, yo, we need to do this stuff. And then they look towards Kinslayer dagger. And then, but something pulled him towards the mountain, toward Althor. That much of the Dark One's gift remained to him. He had hardly thought of it, had tried not to think of it, until suddenly, after the horn was gone, Althor was there, drawing him as meat draws a starving dog.
Now lit the hilltop with flickering shadows. His human followers huddled near the blaze, fearful to be out in the dark with the rest of the Trollocs.
They'll have their uses still.
Then turned to stare into the night toward Kinslayer's dagger. Althor was up there somewhere, in the mountains, with the horn. His teeth grated audibly at the thought. He did not know where exactly, but something pulled him toward the mountains, toward Althor. That much of the Dark One's gift remained to him. He had hardly thought of it, had tried not to think of it, until suddenly, after the horn was gone, Althor was there, drawing him as meat draws a starving dog.
I am a dog no longer. A dog no longer.
He heard the others shifting uneasily around the fire, but he ignored them.
You will pay for what was done to me, Althor. The world will pay.
He cackled at the night with mad laughter.
The world will pay. Ha 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 ha!
Yo, Rosamund Pike, of course, killing it with the voice acting unequivocally. Yo, that is the reading of this week, bro. I loved it. Again, let me know what's your favorite chapter, you guys. What was your favorite chapter in this reading so far? I do think that my favorite, I loved this chapter, and I loved, like, chapter 15 and chapter 19 are both bangers in my opinion. I love the Flicker too, but chapter 15 and chapter 19 are both bangers. I love how Rand is being such a badass in both of those chapters, and finally, you know, coming to grips with, you know what I mean, him, like, who he is and what type of leader he is and or can be. Like, it just works so well. I love this book, and I cannot wait to continue the reading, man. I want to know how you guys are feeling. A lantern is what the people in Faldara call Ogier as well. It's old tongue for tree brother. And it's crazy that the fact that she knew that didn't throw any red flags for anyone. Because it's like no one knows more than an Ogier. And it's not weird to them that this random woman they just met in another If knows more than Loyal, the person who has known the most of everything out of everyone that they know. Like, come on, G. Like, what the hell? What are we doing? Hunt for the Horn already halfway done through. Already done halfway through the book. Hey, that's a good point. We are about halfway through. After next week, we will be halfway through. Yeah. Well, just about, because I think there's 50 chapters. So, yeah, technically, once we hit to, episode 5. That's next week. So, That's our halfway point because we'll have 5 more weeks. Or 5 more episodes, I should say. After next week's episode, yeah. Rand is dramatic too, Lamael soft. Let it be done with. Yo, I love that. That let it be done with is crazy. Let it be done with is insane. And you know he was serious as hell going in there like, let it be done with. And then he just starts whooping ass. Like, I am over this, bro. Let's get out of here, G. Like, I don't want to do with none of this. I don't want to deal with any of the things that we're dealing with right now. Another cracking scene. Yeah, I agree. Definitely the scene was cracking. Like, they were going crazy. Well, y'all like, can you go mad later? We're kind of busy right now. He's like, bro, I know you just slaughtered like 7 Trollocs, but I need you to keep it together so we can get back to the people that are waiting for us, bro. Like, just hold it together for a little while longer. I will always be a Kramer reading stand, but Roseman is doing an absolute cracking job, in my opinion, which is great to see. Yeah, I agree. Roseman Pike is going insane. I would like to hear, actually, let me see. Let me find one of the timestamps that I have in here, because I think I might go to the chapter of him reading it and hear how it sounds. Where's it at? Damn, I didn't know. Jeez. No? I didn't know it was this far back. Am I tripping? Am I passing it? Am I passing it? Yeah, like nothing. I don't know what happened to my. Maybe I'm just scrolling too fast so I don't see it. What chapter is this? Oh, mate, do the flicker scene with Kramer? Okay, let me find that one then. Let me see. Because I know I had some timestamps for when those things happen. Enter a waygate. Flicker, groan. Nope, no flicker. Yo, where is all of my... Okay, what the multiverse... Magic is out. Living in his head, run free. The glow. Here we go. Here we go. What the hell is mine? Oh, here we go. Library. The Great Hunt.
We're dead.
Oh, shit. 1039, and that's chapter 17. Chapter 17. 1039. Here we go. Alright, let's see.
Light filled him. Heat filled him. He could see the stone, see the others watching him.
Loyal and Huron anxiously, Selene showing no doubt that he could save her. But they might as well not have been there. The light was all. The heat and the light suffusing his limbs like water sinking into dry sand, filling him. The symbol burned against his flesh. He tried to suck it all in, all the heat, all the light, all. The symbol. Suddenly, as if the sun had gone out for a blink of an eye, the world flickered. And again. The symbol was a live coal under his hand. He drank in the light. The world flickered, flickered. It made him sick, that light. It was water to a man dying of thirst. Flicker. He sucked at it. It made him want to vomit. He wanted it all. Flicker. The triangle and circle seared him. He could feel it charring his hand. Flicker. He wanted it all. He screamed, howling with pain, howling with wanting. Flicker, 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 flicker. Hands pulled at him. He was only vaguely aware of them. He staggered back. The void was slipping away, the light and the sickness that twisted at him. The light. He watched it go regretfully. Light, that's crazy to want it. But I was so full of it. I was so... Dazed, he stared at Selene. It was she who held his shoulders, stared wonderingly into his eyes. He raised his hand in front of his face. The heron brand was there, but nothing else. No triangle and circle burned into his flesh. Remarkable, Selene said slowly. She glanced at Loyal and Huron. The Ogier looked stunned, his eyes as big as plates. The sniffer was squatting with one hand on the ground, as if unsure he could support himself else. All of us here, and all of our horses. And you do not even know what you did. Remarkable.
Bruh, that shit crazy. He is killing it, I'm not gonna lie. He's killing it. Rand doesn't even question Selene talking about you're always like this. Exactly. That's why I'm like, bruh, how are we not noticing these small things? Have we not been through enough, Rand? Have we not been through enough for you to at least be a little bit wary about the things that are going on around you, sir? Still gives me chills after all these years. He doesn't know what that scene is. Oh, was that not the Flicker scene? Oh, shit. Damn. There's more than one Flicker scene? Well, thanks for ruining it. No, I'm just playing. Something to look forward to. This works too. It is a Flicker scene. I thought that's what we was talking about. I thought that's why I went to look for it immediately. Because I was like, oh yeah, we can go to that for sure. Selene is too calm for real. Way too calm. She is way too calm. Why are we just like... Your horse is calm. Like, your horse is calm that there are freaking these giant frog bear monsters chasing us. Your horse is just like, just chilling. You feel me? And our horses are going crazy, dancing around, ready to get up out of here. And your horse is just sitting there relaxing. Like, what? Honestly, wild. Like, honestly wild. I have no idea what else to say about it. Like, what are we doing? Why are we here doing these things, you know? I'm pretty sure we all know we shouldn't trust this person. You can't, like, a beautiful woman in an ugly place is like one-on-one, be on your toes. Because you might get robbed, G. It's a reason why she's sitting at the bar alone. It's because she's looking to rob you. Because she in one-star bar. Did I just make a damn country song? What just happened? I don't know what happened just now. She's acting so brown Aja about what happened. Yeah, for real. For real. She's like, oh, interesting. You don't even know how strong you are. I wonder what else I wonder what else we can get going on here. Yo, did I really not? I guess not. I definitely thought I had that going. Rand meeting Selene has such big Verge energy. Yeah, facts. That's true. Bro didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to do. He was willing to risk it for the biscuit. Like, he was willing to do anything that was asked of him. Man's is picturing her naked, going crazy off of a single touch, ready, thinking about marriage, comparing her to the woman that he'd been like with for, more than half of his life, basically. Like, man was going through it. He didn't know what to do. He was just struggling. Man definitely almost got a nosebleed. You ain't lying. He definitely was on the verge of nosebleeds. He didn't know what to do. Mans was out there like he was Amish. Bro was ready to soak. Nah, that's crazy. I'm sorry. That was wild. Showing some wrist and leg, and he's just blown away. He didn't know what to do. None of them did. Him, Heron, Loyal, they all was like they didn't know what was happening. They were ready. They were all ready to go all the way in. And that was crazy. That was just crazy work. I was super mind blown at that point. Like, bro, what? Loyal especially needed to chill. Like, she's not even your species, bro. Man, what did man say? Man was like, I never thought about it, but if a human woman would be perfect, that would be what you are. In face and in body. Like, damn, bro, what just happened? Like, bro. Like, chill. She's not gonna leave with you, bruv. She's not about to, she's not about to leave with you. She ain't going back to the steading with you, bruv. I'm sorry, it ain't happening. Like, bro was going through it. Bro was like, anything you need, call me. Anything you want, call me. I am here for you. Loyal knows perfection when he sees it. Bro was, man, he was ready to take notes. You know what I'm saying? He was ready to take some notes. Man was trying to make history. Man was trying to make history, bro. Like, I don't know what was going on. She's not. Like, she is not rocking with you, bro. It's not happening. I don't know what else to tell you, brother. I don't know what else to tell you, brother. She's not coming back with you. It's not going on. That shit was hella funny. He was really ready to, he just started going in, Loyal. Bro was like, Loyal. He was like, huh? Oh, I forgot y'all was here. That's what he pulled. He pulled, I forgot y'all was here. Like, bro, no, you didn't. You nasty bastard. Get up out of here. Yeah, it was comedy. Man, I really had a great time with this reading. To be completely honest, the reading was impeccable this time around. And it's been impeccable. I mean, week after week, it's been just holy. know, yeah. There we go. Oops. There we go. Selene is the most obviously sus person that maybe the guys are like, she's so sus that she's probably not a threat. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, it's like, so we just found it. But I mean, no, bruh. Nah, bruh. They're not thinking with their heads. They're thinking with their heads. That's just what it is. That's just what it is. Unequivocally. They're just trying to make something happen. Loyal's trying to get her to go back to the steading with him. And Rand is trying, Rand is just trying to get her to be his wife. And Hearn is just happy to be around her. He's just happy to be there. Man's got a wife back home, so he's just happy to be a part of the conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like, sheesh. I guess to Selene, this hot ginger guy in a nice coat showed up with a freaking O gear and another dude, and that's kind of sus too. Yeah, I guess that's true. And she's just like trapped there, think it's over, But I don't know, G. I don't know. It just seems a little sus. Seems a little sus. When it comes to book to show comparisons, though, I think that it's like impossible to compare to anything because this just didn't happen in the like only the girls part happened in the book, in the show. Like we didn't see any of this stuff with Rand and Loyal. We don't like Hearn didn't even exist. Like these things weren't there. They basically mixed Hearn with Elias, like quick, simple. Just get those two birds, one stone. Just mix them together. Like that's all they did there. We never knew about this multiverse stuff that's going on now either. So like all of this never happened. So there's not a lot of book to show comparisons that I can make. I'll just say that I like what's happening here a lot more than I like what was happening in the show. And I guess that's just kind of my book to show comparisons there. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying. But hey, we did get Leandrin's made up super important son, so there's... Nah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Yeah, that is wild. Oh, excuse me. It's definitely some interesting liberties being taken. But yeah, yo, this was some fun reading here. Let me know how you guys liked it in the comment section down below. I definitely appreciate everybody for coming out and spending this time with me as we went over chapters 15 through 19 of The Great Hunt. Next week, we will be doing chapters 20 through 24, if I'm not mistaken. And we will be continuing that with episode 5, week 6. So I hope to see everybody back then to do that. Again, happy birthday to my brother, man. Big May babies up in here. Big shout out to all the Mays. Y'all, I'm saying we're out here. Don't let no one tell you anything different. You feel me? It's us. We up like these bees, baby. I hope everybody has a fantastic rest of their day. If you guys haven't already, make sure you follow us on social media at Marvel Bros. Stay up to date with all things Marvel and everything pop culture. You can also follow me on social media at Sensei Finito to stay up to date with all my thoughts, theories, and opinions on whatever particular thing we may be partaking in at that particular time. And you can also check out that weekly podcast wherever you check out podcasts at. Okay, you feel me? Y'all have been amazing today. It's been awesome to be here with you and chill out and rock with you. Read my book. If you do, let me know how you like it. If you don't like it, let me know that too. You guys have been awesome. I hope everyone has a lovely rest of their day. And as I always say, stay awesome, stay nerdy, and don't forget to stay marvelous. Excelsior. Sleep well and wake.
If you guys would like to support Marvel Bros, all you gotta do is visit our website at www.marvelbros.com and buy some merch. Represent the superfan. Or you can join our Patreon to get early access to content, patron-only scoops, giveaways, private Q&As, and those sacred watch parties. We appreciate you guys. We'll catch you on the next one. Excelsior.
On today's pop culture news update.